Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Australian federal election stream. Tonight's going to be a very big night for Australia, probably one of the biggest for the year. And I'm joined just for the start of the stream, up until just after 6, by Matthew from Head Matthew Awesome, who is a political expert, and he'll be giving us a bit of a rundown on what's going to happen tonight. Lots to look forward to throughout the night, and we'll count the votes live. Polls close. First set of polls close in Eastern Australia in about 9 minutes. So it will take about up at the most about 20 to 30 minutes for the first numbers to come in, but they'll start coming in very quickly. So we are just about to come on to Matthew now. So let me get him on. Alrighty, so here is Matthew from Ahead Matthew Awesome. Oh, he's muted.
There we go.
There
I'm
we
so
go.
sorry about that. It's a little technical thing. Good evening, everybody, and I'm coming to you. Hotly contested parts of Sydney in this election, home of up here in Northern. Yeah, yeah. My apologies. So hi. My name is Matthew. My name is Matthew Hayes, and welcome to Election Night 2025. I'm coming to you live from the North Shore of Sydney, home of the Darug and Guringai peoples, right in the heart of some of the most hotly contested seats in this election, which includes Bennelong, Bradfield, a few names that you may have heard around the place at the moment. And I'm currently live at the moment in the Barrow electorate.
All right, thank you, Matthew. So, what do you expect tonight? Is there anything that we're expecting? A lot of people are saying that tonight could end up being a replica of 2019. A lot of people have said that Labor is likely to win this evening. But what are your thoughts? What do you see as a potential outcome of tonight's election?
Well, it's still, very close at the moment. So, it's, the predictions have changed over time. There's definitely, originally it was, at the moment, there's definitely a lot of third parties coming in at the moment. So it could be, there are definitely some seats where you don't have that traditional two-party preferred kind of system running at the moment. So, we got like my local electorate of Bradfield. Bradfield was one of the most safest Liberal electorates for decades, since the very start, over 75 years. But now there's an independent challenger at the moment, Nicolette Buller. She ran in the previous election in 2022, made the seat marginal. Now she's looking at after our previous MP Paul Fletcher retired, trying to unseat the seat from the Liberals. There's also just to the south, there's Bennelong as well. Bennelong was originally a very safe very safe Liberal seat. It then in 2000, was the home of John Howard. 2007, ABC journalist Maxine McHugh, got the seat, unseating John Howard. And then in 2010, the Liberals took over. And then in 2022, Jerome Laxale has gone in it. But due to a redistribution of those seats, there's now about an 84 vote difference between Jerome Laxale and the late Liberal Party candidate Scott Young. There's also, it'll be interesting to see some of the other seats that independents took up as well. So Dr. Sophie Scomp's up in McKellar, Zali Stegel in Warringah, and Allegra Spender in Wentworth, and also in Melbourne and Kooyong, Kernan and a few other places as well. And also, and it'll be also interesting to see. I'm currently in the Barrow electorate at the moment. Very safe Liberal seat. Last time there was not a Teal independent challenger. Now there is with Tina Brown, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of swing happens with that. And there's also more the traditional Liberal Labor contests. There's contests here as well. Parramatta was originally quite a bellwether seat. Now was quite safely Liberal. Now it's sort of leaning more towards Labor, but the Liberal candidate at the moment, Katie Mullins, is trying to challenge the current MP there, Dr. Andrew Charlton. and also in the Central Coast up in Robertson, a bellwether seat at the moment. Dr. Gordon Reid has had that seat since 2022. Sorry, since 2022, took over that seat from from the Liberals. We'll see, if he retains that seat tonight. There's a whole bunch of other seats around Brisbane, Melbourne, a few out in WA as well. There's definitely quite a few seats to look like at the moment. It is looking like that it's going to be a minority government at the end of the day. We'll see which, either Liberal or Labor has a plurality of seats, but definitely, it's no longer that, two-party system. Either one party gets a majority, the other one gets a majority. It's now, very different. The Greens have 3 seats up in Brisbane that they're needing to defend, and looking to expand elsewhere. And also, independents trying to expand elsewhere as well. So, we could, very easily see, the first minority government since 2010 under the, during the days of Julia Gillard, and the very small, minority government, Bob Catter and a few other people, Bob Catter and was one of the crossbenchers that to decide, who was going to be in the government or not. So, it'll be a very interesting night tonight. And there's definitely a lot of seats that were originally very safe that are no longer safe around here. So, it's definitely going to be a much different seat. Another seat I'll also mention is Gilmore down in the South Coast. Labor won it by a very slim margin last time. Andrew Constance left state politics to join federal politics. He was originally the transport minister, and he, transport enthusiasts from the late 2010s would remember him very well. But he's come back again. He's contesting the seat again, and we'll see, if he gets enough of a swing to be able to get in. So it's looking like that, the coalition were looking more like, Labor was looking more likely to win, but then the coalition was starting to look more likely to win. But sort of after the tariffs, created by, US President Donald Trump, it's looking, more likely that Labor is going to either win a minority or majority. But we will find out more with the first polls closing in just 2 minutes.
All right, thank you for that, Matthew. One thing I'm not sure if you touched on that, as I was not listening for a few seconds. I was just getting some things set up behind the scenes. But I was wondering, what are your thoughts? For the life of me, cannot remember the name of the seat, but there was a seat which was just won by Labor, a Labor candidate, I believe, in the northern area of Sydney. And
Bennelong?
yes, I
Bennelong
believe
would
so.
join
Could you
that
talk a
cell.
bit more about what their chances are? Do you think that we might see it become a Liberal seat again, a Labor seat, and just the idea of a lot of seats that have the potential to go to Liberal or Labor tonight, and what outcomes could happen as a result of that, and if they were to win Liberal, what would happen for the Liberal Party? If they were to win Labor, what would happen for the Labor Party? If you could maybe touch on a bit of that, that's something I think a lot of people are very confused about during this election.
Yeah. So just before I mention that, I just want to mention, if you haven't had the chance yet, you got about 10 seconds to be able to vote. If you don't vote within the next 5 seconds, you're screwed. Which my support worker will be. In 2, 1. It is currently 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That is 5:30 p.m. Australian Central Standard Time, and 4 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time. All the polls in the eastern states of eastern states of Australia. So that's Queensland, New South Wales, the ACT, Victoria, and Tasmania. All their polls have now closed, and voting is now and the counting of votes is now starting. So in the meantime, I'll mention the seat of Bennelong. I will just share my screen very quickly. So just be a moment. So yep. So I have this. It's a really cool map here. So it's done by a website called Yet Another Political Map Simulator, and it has all of the electorate seats in. It has so it has all the electorate seats across the entire country, and we have a few of the candidates. We got Labor, the Liberal Party, Liberal Nationals, which are up in Queensland, the Nationals, the Country Liberal Party, which are in the Northern Territory. Teal Independents, Community Independents, so those are independents funded by Climate 200, and also Great Canada Australia Party, which will be probably one of the first seats that we'll be able to pull. If you know Bob Katter, he's very popular in his own electorate. He will quite easily win there. And then other independents, and also the Senate Alliance, which used to be Nick Xenophon once upon a time. If you were really active into politics in like the early mid 2010s, you'd know Nick Xenophon. So over in Bennelong, for most of so Northern Sydney for most of its history, these seats, Bennelong, Bradfield, Mackellar, Warringah, and Wentworth. North Sydney was one of those as well, but North Sydney got abolished, which I'll explain about in a moment. Those were all traditionally quite Liberal seats. Bennelong was the home of John Howard for quite a long time. But then in 2007, ABC journalist Maxine McHugh took that seat over, made it go red for the first time in its history. So that ousted John Howard. But then in 2010, that flipped back to the Liberals, and then in 2022, under quite a tight margin, Jerome Laxale, who was the mayor of Ryde for a little while as well, he took over Bennelong as well, and we also had community independents as well, Wynne, Mackellar, Warringah, and Wentworth, and also North Sydney, but North Sydney is now abolished. So Bennelong used to have areas around what's now the Parramatta electorate. Around this is sort of Epping around here. A lot of that area is more Labor voting. Those areas were taken out during the recent redistributions, which is a very normal process to be able to, to make sure that each electorate has a balanced and enough population for our growing population. And then they took more, around Lane, population more around Lane Cove and Hunters Hill, which is more Liberal voting. So actually notionally at the moment, if the votes were exactly the same as 3 years ago, Jerome Laxale would lose the seat, Scott Young would win. But at the moment, with some recent polling, the margin at the moment between the votes is 84 votes between the two, which is well within the margin of error. So we just don't know what's going to happen with this seat tonight. It could very easily go Labor. It could very easily go Liberal. We'll see how it goes. And also Bradfield as well took over lots of, sort of North Sydney was sort of around this middle area here between Warringah, Bradfield, and Bennelong. North Sydney area that was abolished. A lot of this area of North Sydney was voted quite a lot for Kylie Tink, who was a community independent back in 2022. So there's about a 2.5% margin at the moment between the two. So any even moderate swing against the Liberal Party in this seat would make it go independent, and that means that Nicolette Buller would win the seat, and that would basically, except for there's another seat, the seat of Barawa, which I'm in at the moment. Except for that seat, that would mean the Liberal Party are basically kicked out of the entirety of Northern Sydney.
Okay, thank you
Which
for
used
that,
to be,
Matthew.
very strong Liberal heartlands for a long time.
Yeah, so is there anything else that viewers of the live stream should know about this evening and what to look out for throughout the stream?
Yeah, so I would look out for the seat of Robertson. Robertson is a very well-known bellwether seat, so that basically means that, that often the seat will change between the two major parties depending on who is in government. So in 2022, Dr. Gordon Reid won that seat. Won against the Liberals. The Liberals had it while they were in government with, I think, Lucy Wicks. But that's now Labor. If things are looking bad for Labor tonight, Robertson would definitely be one of the major signs. If Robertson was flipped from Labor to Liberal, that is definitely a bad sign for for the Labor Party if they were to flip. So other seats in New South Wales to have a look out for would be Calare. So this is Calare over here. I've just lit that up in green for the Nationals at the moment. So it's over here, Calare, mainly, Bathurst area there. At the moment, there's a three-way contest between disendorsed Nationals, a Nationals MP that was not pre-selected, the pre-selected Nationals candidate, and also a community independent candidate. So, if things go really well for community independence tonight, Hilaire could go, and also Cowper, which is up in the north coast of New South Wales as well. It's currently held by the Nationals. There's Kaz Heiss up there at the moment. She contested the seat last time. She had quite a considerable swing against the Nationals there. If things go really well for community independence, that can flip as well. Another seat to look out for in Sydney would be the seat of Fowler, which was originally a very safe, very strong Labor seat. But in 2022, former Premier Christina Keneally tried to contest this seat. Independent candidate Di Lee came on by, and because Christina Keneally, did not live, she lived all the way over on the other side of Sydney, didn't live in Fowler, so, while Di Lee was from the area, knew the area well, and, she was able to take that over. Fowler, which is sort of, like around the Fairfield area and all that. And she, there's another candidate there, Tu Lee, that's running there as a Labor candidate at the moment. So we'll see if Di Lee is able to, hold on to that seat. If the Liberal parties have a good night, we'd be looking, Mitchell's going to be pretty much safe Liberal, but we'd be looking at Parramatta, Reid as places to switch if Labor has a really good night. Those seats are currently held by Labor at the moment. Would also keep an eye out for, there's other independent candidates running in some of the safe Labor seats around here. Another place to look out for would be Werriwa over here, a very safe Labor seat. This is, the home of Gough Whitlam. Gough Whitlam, this was his seat for quite a long time. But there's been quite a lot of discontent towards the Labor Party there, so that could flip Liberal if the Liberal parties have if the Liberal Party has a good night. The seat of Macquarie and Lindsay, Macquarie's currently Labor, Lindsay's currently Liberal at the moment. If Labor has a really good night, Lindsay could in theory go. And if Liberals have a good night, Macquarie could go, but it will probably, most likely it will probably stay the same. These are some other safe Labor seats as well. Seat of Sydney, that's Tanya Plibersek's seat, quite safe. Seat of Brainler, which is Albo's seat, the Prime Minister's seat. That's his one there. And then there's also Kingsford Smith, another safe Labor seat as well. Up in Hunter, as well. That's a contest at the moment between Labor and the Nationals. Labor's had that seat for decades. Gilmore, so this is Gilmore down here. So I mentioned Gilmore a little bit earlier. It was very notional, with a very close, it was a very tight margin, but Andrew Constance lost his seat, didn't win the election. Labor got in. But even a very slight, even a teeny tiny swing towards Andrew Constance would make it go like that. It would go Liberal from that. And then over in Melbourne, keep an eye out on Kooyong. Keep an eye out in Deakin, Menzies. A few other places like out in eastern Melbourne. Keep an eye out on them. Wills as well. That's one place to look out for. Mayo's probably going to go for Centre Alliance in Adelaide. Keep an eye out for Sturt. That was Christopher Pine's seat. I'm going to go and fix things. I'm a fixer. I fix things. I fix things by fixing the budget, which you'll find out very soon. I go and fix things. So things might, but so it was a very safe Liberal seat, but now it's trending more towards Labour. So that's one place to definitely keep an eye out for. In Brisbane, there are 3 seats, which, with a bit of an upset last time. The Greens took these 3 seats away from both Labour and the coalition last time. So, but they're it's quite a big contest to try and protect these seats. So, they may lose the seats tonight. We don't know. There's also some independent contests as well around here. There's been quite a fight lately for the seat of Dixon. No, that's not Dixon. Yeah, that's Dixon there. Sorry, my mistake. So this here is the seat of Dixon here. That's you may have heard in the news. That's Peter Dutton's seat. Hello, I'm Peter Dutton here, and I'm going to come on over and take over Transport for New South Wales. It's simply Transport for New South Wales is being un-Australian at the moment. And stuff like that. So, so Labor's trying to contest that seat. Dixon has been quite a marginal seat. Peter Dutton's barely been able to hold it since he was first elected back in 2001. We'll see, if, maybe there might be a swing around there that would cause either Labor or an independent to be able to take over that seat. Lingiari, which is one of the largest seats, is currently held by Labour at the moment. There is, especially with a lot of stuff happening around Alice Springs at the moment. Keep an eye out on that one. Another seat out in Perth. Keep an eye out for the seat of Bullwinkle. That's a new seat there. Big contest between Liberal and Labour there as well. It could go either way tonight. So that's one place to look out later tonight. Polls are still open there at the moment, so we'll see how things go. There are 3 seats in the ACT. Most of the time they go Labour. They will, things will probably stay Labour tonight. Over there, Tassie, there's 1 seat Bass to look out for tonight. And Eden Monero, it will probably go Labour tonight, but we'll see how that goes. And there's other national seats, and Western Melbourne is pretty safe Labour out that way. Oops, sorry. But yeah, so this is this is sort of what we're looking at tonight. So it's just stop sharing my screen now.
All right.
I'm guessing, now that it's 6:15, we'll be getting some very preliminary, results coming out at the moment. I probably, because the vote count is so low, the vote percentage count is so low. The percentages may not be accurate of the final result. So any, if you get like, Anthony Albanese is going to lose Greenlaw, or Peter Dutton's going to lose Dixon or something like that, oh my God, Bob Catt is going to lose Kennedy or something like that. Hold your horses. We still got a long night to go.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for that, Matthew. If you do have a bit more time as well, possibly, I wouldn't mind if you could touch a bit more on what the candidates for Prime Minister, primarily Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese, have done, and how safe their seats are. What are the margins for voting, especially on Peter Dutton's seat, as many have spoken on the risk that he might end up losing his seat tonight. And if you could touch a bit on that and what you think would happen with that, how their campaigns have gone, and stuff like that, basically.
It's a chance that he could lose this, lose his seat. It's not, John Howard lost his seat and Bennelong back in 2007. It's, and, if you look out in Canada, they've just had an election last week. 2 of their leaders, Jack McSing and Pierre Poilievre, they both lost their seats, a week ago. Will he lose his seat? We don't know until there's, more of a count coming on in. Lately it's been, over the past couple of elections, it seemed like there's been more of a swing towards him, and him being the leader, there may be more, by voters, there may be more of an interest to, keep him over there in the seat of in the seat of Dixon. Anthony Albanese has been in Greenlaw for, since 1996. He's one of the longest serving members of parliament. He's, a career politician. That's what he is. He's a career politician. And, but there is definitely a very, there is, a Greens candidate at the moment there at the moment. Probably Anthony Albanese won't lose his seat this time around, but we'll sort of see how things go throughout the night. But just keep in mind that it's especially important, especially people who will be voting next time in the election. You are not voting for a prime minister. You're not voting for a leader of a political party. You are voting for your local member of parliament. So that's, one of the most important, and also 6 senators in the Senate. We'll keep an eye out on those as well. Those are, the most important thing is that, you're voting for your local member of parliament, and, rather than you're not directly voting for a prime minister.
Okay, thank you for that, Matthew. Do only have a few more minutes because for those wondering on the stream, don't really have a subscription with Zoom, which we are using, and we only have about 6.5 minutes until Matthew will unfortunately be kicked out. So if you want to kind of provide your almost finishing statement on tonight and what you expect will happen, and just stuff like that, you have 6 minutes, and I'll if you get close to the time limit, I'll quickly budge in and say goodbye and everything. Yeah. But if you could just kind of provide like a closing statement on what is going to happen tonight, what you think would happen tonight, and how it's going to go.
No, yeah. So, it's been a crazy couple of weeks for me. I've been, it's my first time voting in an election. So, for me, so it's been, so it's definitely been a crazy time with, different political candidates trying to talk to me and stuff like that. And, I've been able to get, I've been working pretty hard, around here trying to, get the best outcome for, for not just the people of Bradfield, but also for the people of Australia, at the end of the day. What matters most at the end of the day is, is the results that come on out at the end of the night. I've just checked the ABC. They've just updated it 5 minutes ago. There are still no counts that have come out as yet. So it's very hard to predict to see, where things are going to go at the moment. But one thing is that it's, very clear is that the two-party system's duopoly is really struggling at the moment. More third parties, more independents are showing up at the moment. So that will definitely change how things are going at the moment. You can't do that traditional two-party preferred system anymore. It's more a two candidate preferred situation now. The winners tonight may not be Liberal and Labor. Even if even if either of them win government tonight, the winners may be, will be in very Pacific seats and, very, third parties and independents, and stuff like that. So it's definitely going to be a very historic election. Lots of seats that were originally very safe, like Bradfield, where I'm from was, one of the safest seats in the country. We elected a 90-year-old prime minister who was like prime minister 40 years beforehand. He was, basically dying, and we still elected him in anyways because he was, a part of the Liberal Party. Now things are starting to change a little bit around here, and I think it's changing in a lot of other places as well. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens tonight. If that momentum that started, not just in 2022, but sort of starting in the 2010s, continues well into the 2020s and beyond. If it becomes a permanent, is the two-party system going to be assassinated tonight? That's the big question. Is the two-party system going to be dead tonight? So, we'll see how it goes. Before I run, I will, there's still no results that have come on out as yet. I will be on my channel later tonight talking to talking to a few representatives from the Liberal Party, Labor Party, and also representative of Helen Haynes, who is an independent candidate in the seat of Indi, which is up in northeastern Sydney around Wodonga Way as well. So that's on ahead Matthew Awesome. You can check that out later tonight. But other than that, I'm going to be very busy around the place. I may join or leave, later during the night, just depending on how things go. But as TsetsTransport has mentioned, it'll be in like small little 40-minute chunks like this, and it will be in weird places like the world famous Waitara Macca's. So it's been a crazy couple of weeks. So thank you so much everyone for watching, and I hope to see you all later tonight.
Thank you for that, Matthew, and hopefully we can see you tonight. Everyone make sure you following Matthew on Instagram. I believe you're on YouTube. You can find a lot of very good political videos. He's done some interviews with just the general public on what their concerns are for this election. There's a lot of great stuff he's done in relation to the election, so I highly recommend that you check that out. But thank you for joining us, Matthew. The timer is about to run out now, so I'll say goodbye to you now. But thank you for joining us. Hopefully we might see you a bit later, and looks like I'm just taking a look, and I think we are starting to get those first vote numbers potentially coming in. No seats just yet, just some votes coming in on each individual seat in Australia, as it is currently updating. But so that's all with Matthew for the stream for the moment, and hopefully we can see you soon.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. See you later on. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that was Matthew from Ahead Matthew Awesome. So we are now going to move on to our own, basically taking a look at all the seats on ABC News. We'll also be streaming ABC News' coverage on it. Lots of stuff like that. So it will be very interesting. Let me just get everything set up real quick. Alrighty. Okay, let me just adjust this. There will be a lot of last-minute changes during the stream to little elements, as it'll be all over the place tonight. We're expecting a lot of, not expecting, but just a lot of things could happen. So it'll be a matter of what happens tonight. And I don't know, at the end of the day, will Liberal win? Will Labor win? We don't know. We're going to go into the seats just here. So this is where we're going to be getting our live coverage from. So at the moment, there's no seats that have been called just yet. We'll start to get a whole lot soon, very soon now. As you can see, this is the current areas that are closed at the moment. So you've got New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, Queensland. We do actually have very first numbers coming in for the seat of Fowler. Fowler's actually a important seat to keep an eye on. We have only had 0.1% of the vote come in. Looks like we just got something else. Yep, seat of Bean. So as you can see, this is what I mean. We have seats updating by the second now. The seat of Fowler, that'll be something interesting to see. Former New South Wales Premier Christina Keneally, who was Premier around 2010, I believe, or so. She used to hold this seat, but she lost it to Day Lee, who is an independent candidate. It's still a swing seat, so it's not sure. We're not sure if it will go to Labor or the Independents. And of course, one thing is to remember: you might see that there is a lead in Labor right now. However, only 0.1% of the vote has actually been counted in that electorate. We're going to move on to the seat of Bean. As you can see, the Independent candidate is currently ahead. Once again, only 0.1% of the vote is counted. But we've got Jesse Price, an Independent candidate, running against Labor Party candidate David Smith. And we should hopefully get some more results soon. We will also be taking a look at the page in just in a second for the 2022 federal election and just seeing what happened in that election, and for you guys to remember a few of the stuff that we speak on at that point in time to keep an eye out for tonight. So I'll bring that up just now. All right, so here is the results back from the 2022 Australian federal election, obviously when Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party won the election. Now, a lot of predictions have actually said that there is a good chance that the Liberal National Party or coalition may end up getting less seats than 58, which is what it's currently on at the moment, and Labor will probably stay around the same. So, what we'll do is we'll go to those two seats that we had just there, the seats of Bean and Fowler. I'll start off with Bean. So Bean, that was a strong Labor Party seat. Unlikely that will swing it all to another candidate. So we're probably going to expect Bean to be Labor win. I believe we had Fowler as well. That's an interesting one. So you can see former New South Wales Premier Christina Keneally. She just lost that seat by about 3,000 votes to Independent Daly. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. Will Labor gain the seat back? As if I go back to here, you can see that we have a new candidate here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Also, both with the same last name, so there you go. And it looks like we also have just gotten the seat of Riverina, which is in New South Wales. That has just come up now. 0.1% of the vote counted. The Nationals member Michael McCormack is currently leading in that area. We'll take a look at that of what its results were last time to estimate if we will see if who will win that seat. You've got Mark Jefferson, a Labor Party member, who Michael McCormack, the Nationals Party member, is contesting against. So we'll move over to the original page and just take a look at Riverina. So yeah, you can see here that the Nationals held it by quite a strong amount. It's probably going to go to the Nationals again. It does look like we have the same candidates running, both the same Nationals candidate, Michael McCormack, and the same Labor Party candidate, Mark Jefferson, which is quite unusual. A lot of members usually end up leaving politics or just no longer run for that seat because they don't believe they'll be able to win it again. So it will be interesting that you never know. It could swing to Labor, but it is highly unlikely for that seat. So at the moment, we've got likely an independent seat, currently an independent seat, a Labor seat, and a National seat, which is currently being put in. And you can still see that the number is at 0 for any seats in the election. And as you can see on the bottom of the screen, there is a layout showing on the left, the ALP, that is the Labor Party, the LNP, that is the Liberal Party, Coalition Liberal National Party. So we will be combining the votes for the seats for the Liberal National Party in Queensland and the National Party because they're all basically combined. We've got the Greens. I believe in the last election they got 4 seats. Apparently they're estimating 6 seats this time for the Greens. And then other is any other parties, like the Cat Australia Party, stuff like that, that may win seats and will likely win seats during this election. We'll go back here, just see, gonna give it a little reload. We go down here. Okay, we do have a lot more seats coming through now. We have the seat of Marinoa. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It says that it was previously held by the Liberal National Party with a margin of 22.1%. David Littleproud, who I believe is the leader of the National Party or something along the lines of that. So he will very likely keep his seat there. So we can probably project the Liberals to win the seat of Marinoa. And then we've got the seat of Lindsay. That seems to be quite a close one. It was held previously by the Liberals with a margin of 6.1%, so likely to keep that seat. We got Kingsford Smith. That was previously held by the Labor Party with a margin of 13.3%. So we have Matt Thistlethwaite, I think that's how you pronounce his last name, and Brad Cole. So as you can see, Matt already has a very strong lead with only 0.1% of the vote counted. So that's a good sign. Of course, it can change. However, it's almost likely that this seat will stay that way. But any seats that have swung from in the last election will be seats we are going to be looking at tonight to see if they swing it all to another party. So we got the seat of Hinkler. That was previously held by the Liberal National Party with a margin of 10.1%. David Batt, Liberal National Party, and Trish Mears, Labor Party candidate. So as you can see, Liberal National Party in the lead there. The seat of Clark, which is in Tasmania, was previously held by an independent with the margin of 20.8%. No sign of independent this time, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but you can see that Labor has a strong lead with 0.2% of the vote counted. Can will very likely swing between the two or three. There may be more candidates. I'm not sure. So we will keep an eye on that as well tonight. Looks like we're just getting some more in. Okay, I'll scroll down. All right, there we go. The seat of Wright has just gotten their first results, 0.1% of the vote counted. Previously held by the LNP, Liberal National Party, with the margin of 10.9%. So Scott just here, I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name, it's a bit confusing. Likely that he'll win the seat. We have Pam McCready. I do apologise if I'm pronouncing any names incorrectly during this night. As you can see, we've got a lot of seats coming through very quickly now, so we won't be looking at the seats individually for too long as they do come in quicker. Cedar Parks, I'm going to go through quickly now. We've got Nationals held by originally by 18.1%, likely to retain that seat. Cedar Longman, the ALP is ahead in the seat, and however it was previously held by the Liberal National Party of a margin of 3.1%, so that's pretty close. So anything I'd say about 3%, 5% or under is something we should keep an eye on. Seat of Whitlam, it was previously held by the Australian Labor Party, by 8.3%. Carol Berry is in a lead just there at the moment, and you can kind of see that all the seats that originally had whatever party candidate leading, like a Liberal Party candidate, that in this election now shows the Liberal Party in the lead, so that could change, but that's basically to be expected at the start of the evening. So we've got the seat of Wannon. This is in Victoria. Previously held by Liberals with a margin of 3.8%. Another fairly close seat. Dan Tian, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Alex Dyson, who is an independent. We have seen a lot of support for independents, so there is a chance that this independent member here could maybe not win the seat, but bring the swing closer and make it easier for it to be snatched out of Liberals' hands in the seat of Wannon next time, in the next election, which is being held in 2028. Just got another update there. We'll go up here a little bit. Seat of Leichhardt, which is in Queensland. That was previously held by the Liberal National Party. 0.1% of the vote is counted. Labor currently in the lead, of course, only 0.1%. Seat of Calais, held by the Nationals previously. However, with 0.2% of the vote counted, we have the independent member ahead. We will likely see a lot of seats taken away from big popular parties by smaller independent candidates, as Matthew was mentioning before, that the two-party system is really, year by year, getting smaller and smaller and smaller to the point now where we have independents, we have so many other parties. Even the idea of having a party is pretty much gone now. It wouldn't be too long until we actually start getting potential for independent candidates to become Prime Minister. So that is bad news for big parties such as Labor, Liberals, Greens, parties like that. We'll just go up and take a look. Very unlikely, yep. No seats projected just yet. However, what I will do is I'll bring it up in just a second, so I will make the screen blank. We're going to take a look at a map to basically kind of estimate what seats they currently have. We'll also be taking a look at what seats they do have. So going back to here, that the current seats that each party holds, 58 seats are held by the Liberal National Party, 77 by Labor, 4 by the Greens, and 12 by any other parties. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if that changes at all tonight. So I will blank the screen out, and I'll be back in just a second as we'll bring up a map similar to what Matthew had to take a look at potential outcomes of the election this evening. Alrighty, so we've got the website up now using yet another map. I think I was just going to say YAMPS. It's called YAMPS. They're very popular for their maps. So this is what Matthew just had up before. So we're not going to fill out the entire map, but we are going to take a look at some seats in Sydney. So what we'll do is we'll head over to here. We'll head into Sydney first. Just get that one for a second. We're going to bounce between a few of these just to see the seats that have been won there. One to take a look at is, actually I'll go back out. So I'll go here. That is probably going to become Labor seat. It always has been, likely will remain the same way. Seat of Mayo, likely be held by the Centre Alliance Party. That was already held by them before. That's the only seat I believe they have in Australia. I think we've just gotten some more results. Yep, we'll just head back to there. Alrighty, just reload that page. There we go. So we should have the next set of polls closing fairly soon. We just had South Australia close their polls 6 minutes ago. So we should get some more votes coming in from South Australia. So we have the seat of Bruce from Victoria, previously held by the Labor Party with a margin of 5.3%. Labor Party in a strong lead with 0.5% of that vote counted there. Just want to see a margin here. Seat of Gilmore. This is one to keep an eye on. So Andrew Constance lost his seat of Gilmore in the last election. This is one of the closest, if not the closest, seat that is out there at the moment, with only Labor holding it by 0.2%. So Andrew Constance will be hoping to win that seat back again this time, unless Fiona Phillips, who is the Labor Party member, may retain that seat from the last election, which is what she won by 0.2%. So what I'm going to do for the moment is I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm also going to get some more information set up that we can talk about. Also engage more with the chat shortly, but we're going to bring up ABC News' live coverage of the election for a little bit. We'll be kind of bouncing between mostly me talking and covering these polls, but also we'll be taking a look at the ABC and what they're saying in their live streams, as they'll also be talking with other political candidates. So we'll be taking a look at that now.
He's in the Senate, but anyone who's aligned with him, we saw him do very well, or his allies do very well at the Territory, the ACT election. So that will be interesting to see. I think the others too, Wannon, where Dan Tehan is under a great deal of pressure. Cowper as well on the mid-north coast of New South Wales is going to be fascinating as well. These are areas where we might see, whether you want to call them teals, they sometimes don't like to be called
sometimes they are other
teals.
shades, David. They are
Community-backed independents.
I'm going
to be that
James
person, so I'm going to fact-check the fact-checker. Tim Wilson has messaged to say...
Because he doesn't have anything better to do.
So, that, like a candidate, he's waiting for the results to come in.
Okay, what's he got?
He's saying 1913 because the two seats you mentioned before were by-elections. Yes. So if you're comparing like for like...
That's what I had in my head.
Yes, so it's 1913 for the Conservative side.
Can I say something that isn't this big game of political trivial pursuit for a moment?
And he's from more recently than 1913, if you could. Thank you.
Yes, I want to pick up on something I agree with that James said at the start and David just touched on. The reason I think that the headline national opinion polls are almost completely useless this time around is because there are sort of half a dozen different kinds of contests. You've got, as you just said, David, you know, Nationals versus Independents in places like Cowper and Wannon. You've got Liberal Teal, you've got Labor Liberal, you've got Labor Green, you've got a Liberal Green contest, three-way contest in places like Ryan, and so that's why I think it's going to be especially predictable, because it's not, I won't use the cliche about 150 by-elections. I think there's about half a dozen different kinds of contests that will determine the election.
And this makes it really difficult for the major parties to run campaigns that are very different in those sort of seats to other traditional Liberal Labor contests. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out. Let's go back to Anthony Green, who has some more figures for us.
I've got the first figure for Lindsay, which for a long time there was one of the key indicated polling electorates, but seemed to have settled very strongly in Melissa McIntosh's hands recently. Now, on those numbers, she looks in trouble. Holly McLean on 43.6. This is the Mount Druitt pre-poll voting centre, which is outside of the electorate. It's come in very early. So those figures look like the Labor Party's well ahead. But what we do in our system is we compare the figures booth by booth. So we know that this is a traditional Labor voting area. And so when we factor it into two-party preferred, we correct for that. And while there is a 3.7% swing to Labor, the Liberal Party are ahead. So while the Liberal Party look well behind on those numbers, on that one polling place as a comparison, there is a trend to the Labor Party in that election. It is only one polling place. It is a pre-poll, and it's outside of the district. But I just thought to show that to demonstrate to people that what we're doing is correcting for those early figures. Sometimes when we get to this graphic, we're always showing you a corrected figure, so it's got the best available estimate of what's going on. Now, the other election, I just wanted to see this. We may have absolutely no idea what's going on in this electorate. Now, just to explain there, I'll come to the setup page, actually, that's the best way to do it. Andrew Gee has been since several terms as the National MP. Sam Farraway's the new national candidate. Andrew Gee resigned from the National Party caucus, National Party over
The Voice.
The party's position on The Voice, so he's been an independent since. Now, if I look at these votes again, Sam Farraway's ahead, but he's only got 28%. It's only 3 polling places, so it's very early. Andrew Gee's got 26. Kate Hawke is an independent who finished second time to Andrew Gee. Now, that count, I think the Commission is doing national versus independent tonight. Later in the evening, we get a preference count, but there's a number of these seats where its sitting members resigned. In Monash, where Russell Broadbent is running as an independent against his former party, the Liberals, and in Moore in Western Australia, where Ian Goodenough is running. It may well be that with a sitting member having a significant personal vote, that we may not have a handle on those 3 seats. So if there's a lot of complexity in this election, there are 3 little extras that'll add to that complication. But at the moment, those first figures showing you that the Nationals are certainly not running away with Clare on these early figures.
Interesting.
Thank you, Anthony. I think we're going to cross to James Paterson, who's done sterling work as the opposition's spokesman during the campaign on just about every day, all day. James Paterson, welcome. Can I just start by asking you whether you think you've done enough to present a case that the coalition could do a better job at handling Australia's cost of living crisis?
Well, my opinion on that is interesting, but more interesting will be the verdict of voters, which will have, only a few short hours, Sarah. I mean, this was always going to be a challenging campaign for the coalition. We were up against history, up against 100 years of history in terms of turfing out a first-term government. And throughout this term, we lost 1 seat in a by-election and 3 seats to defections to the crossbench. So our first task is to get those back into the coalition column and then see how many more beyond that we can add. As a point of history, I would say Tony Abbott won 7 seats in the 2010 election, and that was against a government that had rolled its own Prime Minister and had proposed a carbon tax. So there's been some high expectations of the coalition over the last few months. I think we should be anchored in history and measure ourselves against that.
James Paterson, it's Bridget Brennan. What's your sense of how many seats you could get to tonight?
Look, I really don't want to speculate on that, but what I can say is that I think Victoria will be very significant. Obviously, the Labor brand is damaged in Victoria. Victorians feel very financially stressed. In many seats, particularly in the northwest of Melbourne and the southeast of Melbourne, they feel like there's a severe infrastructure deficit, that they've missed out on infrastructure investment. And, of course, there's the crime hotspots all around Melbourne. So I think that will be significant. Equally significant will be regional New South Wales, where we have some very good candidates running, and I think we've put in some good contests. And, of course, I think Labor's put a lot of focus in Queensland. I noted that the Prime Minister has had his most aggressive, offensive visit program in Queensland, where he's visited the most LNP seats as well as those Green seats he's targeting, whereas in the rest of the country he was more defensive. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Opinion polls have drifted Labor's way in recent weeks. Did your campaign lose its way?
Look, we'll have a proper post-election review process where we'll very carefully consider the data and dispassionately analyse that. And I don't want to get ahead of that process tonight before even West Australians are still voting, let alone meaningful votes are counted. But one factor I think we can all acknowledge and recognise is the Trump factor. It was devastating in Canada for the Conservatives, where the Canadian Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, lost 20 points over the course of a few months. And I think it has been a factor here. Just how big a factor we'll determine in a few hours' time, but I think it's been significant.
James, one of the things we've seen in the polls coming into today is the fall away of support for the coalition from women in particular. Did you fail to put a campaign together that would properly target women coming into this election?
Well, that was one of the consequences of the 2022 election as well. Professional women, particularly in urban settings, swung hard away from the coalition at the last election, and we had a task to win them back. Some of the things we did to achieve that under Peter Dutton's leadership was have a record number of women on our front bench. No Liberal leader has appointed more women to the front bench than Peter Dutton. We very quickly supported the passage of the NAC to restore the brand equity on integrity, which had been damaged. And we also locked in behind net zero and committed to it with a significant investment in nuclear in recognition that not just female voters, but female voters, particularly in inner city seats, valued those things. How successful that's been, we'll see tonight.
And James Patterson, David Spears here. I understand, you know, you've said there'll be a process after the election to look at the campaign, as you would expect. But as someone who's been front and centre fronting it as the campaign spokesman, you know, we've seen you at times say things on the public service cuts that other front benches have then contradicted. We've seen, obviously, there was the work from home confusion, but things like the school curriculum. Do you accept that policies either were left too late or were still too muddled, that you ended up with this sort of confusion around what the detail involved?
Well, David, there's no perfect campaign. The Prime Minister didn't have a perfect campaign either. I think he had quite a few gaffes on the campaign. You know, for example, when he said that the Australian Defence Force was monitoring the Chinese research vessel when in fact it was the Australian Border Force, and other issues like that. So no leader and no campaign had a perfect showing. But I can say from someone who was at Coalition Campaign Headquarters, who was a member of the Parliamentary Party, it was a highly professional campaign. I mean, people really diligently applied themselves. They worked very well together. And obviously there were a few missteps along the way. No one's going to pretend otherwise. But I was very proud of the effort that my colleagues put in the field, particularly our candidates who worked exceptionally hard, knocked on more doors than we've ever knocked on in any campaign before, made more phone calls than we've ever made before. They put in extraordinary efforts, and we'll see to what extent that's rewarded tonight.
We will indeed. Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's check in with the vote count this evening. Our reporter Nick Dole is at the Ingleburn Counting Centre in New South Wales. Nick, talk us through what's going on behind you.
Hi there, David. Well, yeah, this is one of the biggest vote counting centres in New South Wales here at Ingleburn. They're expecting to count about 150,000 votes just tonight. So once they're counted at the various ballot booths, they'll be taken to one of these centres amid tight security, and then they'll be exposed to what they call fresh scrutiny, which is basically just a recount. So, look, this is also where the postal votes, the pre-poll votes and also the declaration votes are already being counted, as you can see. And as we know, nearly 1 in 2 voters have already cast a ballot before polling day, making the work that they're doing here just all that more important. Now, this centre is basically taking care of southwest Sydney, so I can see the voting areas for Hughes and Hume over there. They're both held by the Liberals, the latter by Angus Taylor, and also the seats of Macarthur and Werriwa, both held by the Labor Party. Werriwa is going to be a key seat tonight, obviously. The Liberals, that's something they've really put a target on. They are hoping they might be able to snatch that back from Labor. Some of those House of Representatives votes for Werriwa are being counted just behind me, but we may not know for a little while whether or not the Liberal campaign has been successful or whether Labor has managed to keep hold of some of its heartland.
Nick Dole, thank you.
And we're going to go back to Anthony. Tell us early figures. What have you got, my friend?
This is just to show that we actually have early figures now. It's a bit hard to... It's actually a bit hard to work out what they mean, but at the moment, this is a nationwide on 0.3% counted. And as I said, we've corrected from where this data is from. It's got the Labor Party on 33.9, the LNP on 32. Now, these are from a disparate collection of electorates, and you get... you just get odd trends, early figures. But that's just to show you that we have got numbers, and it's why we're not putting a great store in individual seats at the moment. One Nation are doing well. The Greens are on 12%. The Trumpeter Patriots on 3.2. Others are 11. Just to look at the change in vote, and I have to say, I mean, people shouldn't take this too literally at this stage. This is just to show that the figures are there, and we're showing a 1.8% swing. But again, this is 0.3%. I'm just showing these to demonstrate that the numbers are coming in. You need to get to about 5% before some of these figures settle down.
Thank you very much. I think I just want to bring in Tony Barry for a minute here. Tony, hello over there. We've had two views here. We've had James McGrath, we've had James Patterson talking about some of the qualities of the campaign. You've been polling marginal seats during the campaign. What did that tell you about the way the campaign was going for the coalition, first of all?
What we did observe over the 6 tracks of the campaign in 20 key seats, they were all Labor-Liberal contests, 14 Labor seats and 6 Liberal seats. what we did see was a consistent and steady decline in the Liberal primary vote. About a third of it went to Labor, 2/3 of it went to minor right-wing parties, but they did not all flow back from the minor right-wing parties into the Liberal column. And it sort of sprayed, as Cos talks about. And so that then had a consequence on the 2PP vote. So I think what we're going to see tonight is an increase in the other party vote. It was 31.7% the last election. I suspect we're going to see a higher non-major party vote again.
All right, I just want to bring in James McGrath there because there's been a lot of discussion. We'll come back to some of the bigger issues in a minute, but there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of weeks about the minor parties on the right and the flow back of their preferences. What do you anticipate? Do you think the flow of preferences back from the right parties will be higher than it was at the last election or higher than usual?
We think it'll be higher than it was last time. Traditionally, the One Nation flow to us is about 65%, depending on the election. We think it will be higher this time.
Why is that? Is this the preference? Sorry, not a deal, we're told, but the reality is there are a lot of preferences. Preferences recommended between One Nation and the coalition, far more than in previous elections.
One Nation get their support from, when we say from the right, it's, I suppose, the traditional conservative right, but also the working class right. And so that's when you look at their preferences, that sometimes they will go back to the Labor Party because that's where they've come from. Because of the cost of living issue and because of a segment of Australia feeling they have been left behind, which One Nation successfully caters to or caters for, that group of voters are less likely to support the Labor candidate and more likely to support the LNP candidate.
Where do you think that might be particularly relevant, in which seats tonight?
A number of seats.
Which ones?
Okay, let's just pull it as a pendulum there. We'll just go through a number of seats that will come into play.
Jim Chalmers, would you concede that we're likely to see something like that, a stronger flow of One Nation votes back to the coalition than normal?
Yeah, I expect two things to happen. I think the One Nation vote will be up. I think that's the point that Tony was making. And I do think the preference flow to the coalition will be especially strong. But if you look at some of the assessments of the Liberal primary, ordinarily you'd want, if you're a Liberal National Party person, you'd want the Liberal primary to be in the high 30s. We've seen it in the mid-30s, sometimes lower than that, and that's because they are being cannibalised a little bit to their right. And I think what we're seeing, and this is where the American influence, I think, comes in, is the further and further, or the more enthusiastically Peter Dutton has courted those right-wing voters, the less mainstream the party becomes, and that's been an opportunity for us.
Nobody likes to be in a political wedgie situation, and Jim, you were in it in 2019, where you had...
Thanks for bringing that up, Annabelle. Yeah.
I think enough time has passed. You know, you had one message on Adani, for instance, for the rest of the country, and then got awkward when you actually were in Queensland, as of course you were, ended badly for Bill Shorten. James, I want to ask you, is Peter Dutton in a difficult position, having to try and hold on to the primary and stop it leaking to One Nation on the right, and then hold on to these inner-city Teal-type seats on the other hand?
I think I touched upon it in my opening comments. The party, we have Labor to the left, and in terms of the Greens also, you know, pilfering away at some of our votes. And you look at the seat of Ryan at the last federal election, 10% of the LNP column shifted straight to the Greens. 10%. That was a shocking figure. So we've got Labor and the Greens on the left. We also do have the populist parties on the right, and then we have the Teals who are shameless at being whatever you want them to be, and they're pecking away also. So it's not a traditional Labor versus LNP contest.
Alrighty, we're going to move back to taking a look at some of the seats, how they're going. Still have no results coming through just yet in regards to actual seats in the election. However, we will be taking a look at the current results coming through. I have been taking a look whilst this coverage has been up here from the ABC, and some more results are coming in now. And we will likely get closer to finding out the first few seats for the election night. So we'll start off just here. So this is a current map of Australia. We should have another row of seats closing in about 5 minutes. So as you can see, we've got a little bit of South Australia just here, Tasmania, we've got Victoria, we've got Canberra, we have New South Wales, and we have Queensland. So yeah, a lot of votes now coming through. Here we go. All right. We've got, for example, Banks, as you can see, was previously held by the Liberal Party with a margin of 2.6%. That's pretty close. We've got the seat of Barton. That's previously held by the Australian Labor Party with a margin of 12%. Ash Amby Harper, the Labor Party member, likely to win that seat. And Fiona Dusku, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, will likely lose that seat in Barton, because I don't believe that... let me actually pull this up. Yeah, very safe Labor seat. So I'd be surprised if Labor didn't win this seat tonight. We'll go back. We got the seat of Bass, which is held by the Liberals with only a margin of 1.4%. This is something to keep an eye on. Labor Party currently in the lead with 0.4% of the vote counted. What else do we have here? I'll move to a few seats that have a bit more of the vote counted. So the seat of Braddon, 3% of the vote has been counted. We can see it was previously held by Liberal with a margin of 8%. Currently, Labor Party member. Oh, that is the thing we'll encounter tonight. We'll have it suddenly jump as more results come in. We'll just see if I can find that again. I think I've lost that one. Might actually bring that up just here. Here we go. Oh, yeah, going back to this. So, interesting how Labor is in the lead, but of course, only 3% of the vote has been counted there. We've just gotten our first seat. I repeat, we have just gotten our first seat. So the first seat goes to the Liberal National Party. We've gotten the very first seat from that. Might just cross it back over to the ABC News coverage, as they'll likely be talking about that now.
What's the sense in your electorate?
Look, from my electorate, it's a bit harder to say. I think the community was overwhelmingly positive, and my electorate has changed a lot. Since North Sydney was abolished, 1 in 3 voters are new for Warringah. It's about 36,000 new voters. So I think that will change things, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the result. It's really hard to get a sense of the whole country because communities are different, and I think all the polling and all the commentary changes depending on the area. So I hope there is more localised results where if an MP is doing a good job on the ground, they are likely to be able to resist a national swing. But the lazy MPs, I hope, are the ones to go.
Hi, Zali Steggall, this is Sarah Ferguson. Just a question. What conversations have you had with other independents about how you will manage together the prospect of minority government? Who have you spoken to?
Look, I have often frequent conversations with some of my current colleagues that are up for re-election, but I've also been providing any advice I can to new candidates, just helping them from a experience point of view of the campaigning, handling the rigour, the sometimes the high scrutiny that you can be under, and passing on any learnings or experience that I've had in making a successful campaign. I think we will all be very focused on stability and making sure we deliver for the Australian people. Anyone elected takes that responsibility very seriously, and I'm confident that any independent elected will be very much focused on that responsibility for all of Australia and their community.
Zali Steggall, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
I just have, Tim will...
Yaninamapali, Warranta Lumi Lions, Lutruwita T, Taputi Wolawali, Wulinam Tikala Tu, Manta Larapuna Tu, Miladina Takaralia Palawa. Wapara Palawangini, Narakupa, Miladina Paiwuta Proni. Palawa Takamona Rala Lumi.
You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm Sarah Ferguson.
And I'm David Spears.
It's 7 o'clock in the east and the numbers of votes counted is about to pick up from here.
Yes, at the moment we have only a small tally in. It's in the thousands. Very normal for this time of the evening. It stands at about 1% of the vote counted, or just over 100,000 or so of the 18 million people enrolled.
There are 150 seats up for grabs. The magic number for majority government is 76. Because of the small number of votes counted, it's too early for us to fill out any seats in the parliament.
Again, noting the small numbers, Labor's two-party preferred vote, as you can see, sitting at 54% to the Coalition's 46%. This does represent a swing to the government of just under 2% nationally on those early figures.
Although there's a broad national trend there, some individual seats are already standing out. The Liberal-held seat of Lindsay in Western Sydney suggests an early drift away from sitting member Melissa McIntosh.
And Leichhardt in far north Queensland, it's looking positive for Labor too. A giant of a candidate in the former basketballer Matt Smith is running up some early points on the board in the seat formerly held by Warren Ench.
And in central west New South Wales, currently held on the crossbench by Andrew G, he's faring well in early counting. So in town and country, a swing is on. It might be happening everywhere, but it's broadly in a direction that'll please the Albanese government this early in the night.
Let's get some of those further numbers now with Anthony Green.
Well, I'm going to start with the national trend, and then I'm going to talk about Tasmania. Currently, the national figure, which again, it's only 1% counted. Labor's projected at 34, the Coalition at 32, Greens 12, One Nation 7. Now, I want to go and have a look at Tasmania, because that's a very different picture there. Currently, the projection's 37 for Labor, 22 for the LNP, 11.7 for the Greens, there's 16%. That's, I must say, that's Andrew Wilkie, because there's only 5 electorates and he holds one of them rock solid. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring there, is the Labor having a big swing to them, a big swing against the LNP. Now, that's flowing through to all of the electorates. All of the electorates is showing a significant swing. So it's not just 1 or 2 polling places. There is something else going on there. It's only 1.6% counted, 1.6. But I've done 2 elections, 1993 and 2004, when Tasmania were on daylight saving and the rest of the country wasn't. And the figures that came in Tasmania before the rest of the country started counting had a huge, really told you what the story was. So whether that will, only time will tell whether these figures are indicative. Now, what I do have, I actually have 2 seats I want to talk about. The first one is, this one's, I thought it was one on Braddon. Mal Hingston's on 36 and Urquhart 32 is a Labor candidate. Now, I'll look at this, can I look at the percentage votes? Yeah, 10.5. We've got One Nation on 8. It's the change in vote here that matters. The Labor vote's well up, the Liberal vote's down. We're projecting the Liberal vote will be much lower than that percentage by the end. It's this disappearance. Jackie Lambie had a candidate last time,
that's it.
And there was Garland, the fisherman.
Is it Chris?
Craig Garland stood last time and got more than 10% of the vote. So that's complicating what's going on in Braddon. And I think we've got a two-party preferred. 4 polling places showing a 9% swing. So the Tasmanian figures are showing some quite big swings at the moment.
Can I say
That's
something?
very...
I will go on to Wannon before. Just simply because this is a seat where Alex Dyson is having his 3rd tilt at the seat. The moment Dantine is nearly just under 50%, we're projecting him to be 44, 45. And that starts to get into danger territory because the Labor preferences will flow very strongly to the independent, and the Labor vote will go up later in the count. So we'll be coming back to Wannon later in the evening. But that first figure there looks good for him, but it's a big increase to the independent coming from the other parties. That's a complex count. It'll take a long time to do.
Just back on Tasmania, just some thoughts on that. I know these are early numbers, but there's a pretty evident move there in Labor's favour. Jim Chalmers?
I mean, first of all, it is really important to remind everyone that we expect the early voting to be weaker for us than the on-the-day voting, and so that's a caveat that applies right around the country, including in Tasmania.
So you'd expect that to come down later for Labor?
Yep. Yes, we do. But there are 3 seats there broadly in play, apart from Julie Collins in the south and Andrew Wilkie in the south. Very popular figure in Tasmania.
Alrighty, so we're going to leave them there for the moment. We're going to move back to our coverage. We've got a lot of seats coming through now. 1 to the Australian Labor Party, another 5 to the Liberal Party, and 1 to other parties. So we'll be taking a look back at the election results page and seeing what there is at the moment. I'll just bring that up now. Okay, so it is a bit behind here. There's a bit of a glitch. It just went from 1 Labor seat, 4 Liberal seats to just 2 Liberal seats. So there's a bit of a glitch there. You can see just there. So that is a little bit behind, but we're taking a look at both pages just to make sure that we are getting at least fairly confident results for those areas. Now what we'll do is... Okay, so we'll take a look at the margins. So we've got the seat of Benelong. That one is one definitely worth looking at. It's been a very highly spoken of seat in the election so far. As Jerome Laxalt very slightly, as you can see, actually says previously held by Liberals with a margin of 0.0%. That's actually incorrect. A Labour Party, I believe, held the area and does hold the area. So they very slightly held that. And it'll be interesting to see if Labour wins the seat again or if it swings to Liberal, going down a bit more. What we'll be doing is we'll take a look at the federal, so the Prime Minister and the opposition leader seats. So I'll start off with Anthony Albanese's seat of Grainler. As you can see here, very strong Labor support, 78.5%, one of the biggest swing seats in Australia. And as you can see, it's previously held by 17.3% in favour of Anthony Albanese. And then the closest behind is Greens candidate Hannah Thomas, likely to not win that seat. I'd be very surprised, if Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, loses his seat in Grainler. Now moving on to the seat of Dixon. Hopefully we've got some numbers in there. No, we have not. Haven't got anything in the seat of Dixon just yet, but we'll just go into the more details. So we've got Labor Party member Ali France and obviously the opposition leader Peter Dutton. That is one thing that is definitely worth looking at, as it is very close. If I go down, you can see it's a marginal Liberal National Party hold of 1.7% in the last election. So, yeah, interesting to see that. As you can see here, the Liberal National Party has held this seat for quite a long time. It does look like we're actually able to see, judging by polling places... Oh, let's not click that. Sorry about that. As you can see, like, certain polling places may lean towards a certain candidate, so it seems that this area here is a strong Labor supporting area, and more towards down here, and here is a Liberal supporting area. These are results from the 2022 election, by the way, as you can see just there. Past results, we've got the total result was very strong in preference towards the Labor Party, but Liberal won that seat. So yeah, anyways, going back to the main page, as we haven't had results for Dixon just yet, but that will be something to keep an eye on. There is a better chance that Peter Dutton loses his seat compared to Anthony Albanese, way better chance. However, I don't think it's going to happen. So that'll be good news for Peter Dutton and the Liberal Party. We've just gotten an extra seat for the Liberal Party. This is a normal thing, so if you think the Liberals are going to win, I wouldn't call it just yet. It is very normal. I'm not too sure why it is like that, but it is very normal that in every election, particularly federal, that the Liberal Party always has a lead at first, but you'll slowly see the Labor Party gain a strong lead, or just at least a tie after that. So that will be worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, so Greens, no seats though. That's the only row that doesn't have any seats at the moment. The Greens are projected to get about 5 or 6 seats. That's their rough average for each election, so nothing too surprising there. And that will take a little bit for them to get their first seat in the election just there. Now, in total, we have 1.7% of the vote counted in Australia now. 138 seats in doubt. Oh, looks like we've just gotten an update. 4 seats to Labor. So, yeah, as you can see, it's coming through very quickly. 7 seats to the Liberals. And you can kind of see now that Labor is closing that gap, and they will continue to close that gap. We'll see some points of the night where Labor will take lead, but one thing to keep an eye out is after a bit of time, when we have a lot of the seats coming through, if you start to see a certain party, for example, Labor, always be that bit ahead, and it maybe might get even further ahead, that's your sign that we could see Labor forming government tonight. Same with the Liberals, if that happens there. If it was to happen with any other parties, I'd be very surprised. We're expecting either a Labor or Liberal Party this election, but there may be a point in the future where we might not see that, and that will be one of the first times in history that has happened, where we haven't seen a Labor or Liberal leading party for Australia. It's going down. We should have some more seats closing in about 50 minutes or so. Just take a look here. We'll look at some more marginal seats. So we've got the seat of Gilmore. This is one we were just looking at before. This one was held by the Labor Party by 0.2%. And currently, let me just see, 5.3% of the voters counted in. So it's looking good for the Labor Party at the moment. And there is a chance that Labor will be able to withhold this seat, so keep the seat away from Andrew Constance, who was the former Transport Minister for New South Wales, who recently switched to federal in the last election. So it is a marginal Labor seat, and if it was to stay the same, Labor would win this seat. That's good news for Labor. If you look at the current count just here, you can see that there's 2.5 thousand votes, just updated then, even more of a lead. So you can see that Fiona Phillips, the Labor Party member, is 700 votes ahead. And there is actually more of a swing towards Labor than there was in the last election, so that's good news for Labor. As you can see, it's just updated again to 4,000, so that it's coming through very, very fast. We've just got an update as well. We've gotten some more seats coming through now. It's going to be happening very quickly. We've got 5 seats for the Labor Party and 8 for the Liberal Party. So we will see that those parties go over the 10-seat marks very soon. Going back to the page here. I'll just give it a reload. You've just gotten, I think we just got 9 that popped up for a second. Wait until I have that confirmed. But we'll just take a look and see if anything in Dixon has come through. Oh, yes, it has. Okay, this one is something we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on. One of the biggest seats that is contested in this election. So 1.1% of the voters counted. Ali France is currently leading by 1% exactly. So Peter Dutton, who is the opposition leader, if he loses his seat, he is in big trouble. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe if you lose your seat, you're not able to become Prime Minister. I might be wrong. Please contest against that if you do know what it is. I'm not too sure about that. It recently happened in Canada. The leader of the opposition party, Pierre Poilievre, something, I'm just going to call him Pierre, who is leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, basically the Liberal Party. Our Liberal Party, but for Canada. And their Labor Party, which is called the Liberal Party, I know it's a bit confusing. Mark Carney, the leader, won there. So, yeah, just to give you an idea that it has happened before. Matthew was saying just before when we had Matthew on the start, John Howard lost his seat when he was Prime Minister. So that is interesting to see. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on that. We'll pin this seat here. Definitely keep an eye on it. Do like that pinning feature, if I'm being honest. It's good to have it there so you don't have to search it up every single time. But yeah, 1.6% of the vote counted. We'll just go into a bit more of a detail here. So you can see like very slightly ahead by literally 9 votes. I'm not even kidding. 9 votes ahead is Ali France. So that's how close this seat is. You cannot leave if you don't have a seat. That's what I thought, yeah. Thank you for telling me that. Do I have a donate? Yes, I do. It should be like a money symbol in the chat, if you're wondering. Okay, let's take a look back. Just see, we've got some more seats coming in now. We have 13 seats to the Liberal National Party. So crossing over that 10 mark, 2 seats to the other parties. So definitely you can see some the numbers coming through there faster. We'll just reload the page, let all the new results come through. Here we go. We've got the first seat. The Liberal National Party will retain the seat of Maranoa. So that's the first seat to kind of pop up in this map just here. That'll kind of come together a lot more. Just going to keep an eye on the seat of Grainler as well. I'm just going to start pinning some seats just so we can keep an eye on that throughout the night. Another seat to look at as well as Fowler. That's an interesting one that we will be keeping an eye on too. And if there's any others you guys would want me to keep an eye on, please let me know and I can pin those and go back on those seats at any time. So yeah, we'll go down. There's not many electorates now which haven't had haven't had their vote counted. Of course, as you get further down, you'll soon see that a lot of seats don't have their vote counted because, well, polling is still open in those areas. So just went past. There was one with a Greens lead. I haven't actually seen one yet. Here we go. So this seat here, this is an interesting one, the seat of Griffith. This was held by the Greens with a margin of 10.5%. However, currently Labor has a quite strong margin of the vote here, but of course that can easily change. Pin banks, of course. Let me just bring that up. Pin the seat of banks. We'll actually take a quick look at that now. Doesn't appear to be pinning. There we go. So as you can see, this was previously held by Liberal with a margin of 2.6%. Labor currently in the lead, literally 0.9% of the vote in, so do not make any final decisions on that. We do have some more votes in, 3 to other parties and 7 to the Labor Party. No new numbers to Liberal, however, so let me just update that. There we go. Just to give you an idea, all of this is being done manually, so I've got a lot of screens around me ready to update things as when I need to. So we'll go back to, if I just reload this, that should hopefully work. There we go. Great. Ping Kingsford Smith, of course. Kingsford Smith. This one looks to be an obvious win for the Labor Party. They will likely call this seat soon. Okay, that's pinned. Just taking another look back at Dixon, we've got some more votes coming in. Even more of a lead for the Labor Party. However, by only 58 votes. Of course, this can change. Yeah, it'll be very interesting seeing seats such as this change, and you never know. At the end of the night, we could have a Labor majority government. Peter Dutton will lose his seat. That would be great news for the Labor Party and any Labor supporters. It could happen the other way around. Something which would be very surprising and highly unlikely is the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, loses his seat and Labor loses. That would be disastrous for the Labor Party. Not only the Prime Minister of Australia losing his seat, which has happened before, but it's very rare, and especially with the big margin that Anthony Albanese has in his electorate, as Anthony Albanese has held the electorate since 1996, I believe. I may be incorrect. In the 90s, I believe. So it's very unlikely that he'll lose his seat there. But Peter Dutton should be concerned this evening that there is a chance he may lose his seat of Dixon, but we will be coming back and taking a look at that. You can also see an independent member is also quite close up behind, but it definitely looks like it's mainly between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party in Dixon. A lot of people in Dixon, I've actually seen online a report saying that they're not satisfied with opposition leader Peter Dutton, as he never necessarily visited his seat. He only visited a petrol station, I believe, there to promote something, so that may change the mind of voters in the seat of Dixon, thinking, does Peter Dutton really care about his own seat anymore? Of course, I'm not making projections. I'm going to try and be as centre-leaning as I can, but this is just what the news has said and what people in the seat of Dixon are saying, so that'll be interesting. So I'm sure from both sides that each party there will be some regrets this evening. Now, just updating the numbers, we've got some more numbers in. Labor, big jump there. Let me just update that. We've got Labor now at 13 seats, so it is coming in very fast. And this is the pace I predicted, so we will likely get a result by hopefully in about an hour or two. Probably not now. I'd say about 2 hours. A likely result that we would then see. Yeah, so just taking a look, I believe there's been some more people wanting seats pinned. Pin the seat of Cooper. Yep, I can do that. Or Cowper, I think it's Cowper. There we go. I'll pin that for you. Okay, this is an interesting one. So we've got 5% of the vote counted, with the independent member slightly ahead. So when a member of any seat is at least close, that is a bad sign already. For example, this Nationals Party member, he will probably win this seat. However, just the idea that another party member, this independent, for example, here is so close is something that we need to be keeping an eye on. So if they are this close, with about 5% of the vote counted, you can definitely see party numbers being quite close. Right. Going back out. Alright, we'll just go into some more marginal seats just here. So we've got a whole lot now pinned. Let's just take a look. Seat of Bennelong. That one we're also going to pin as well. Labor has quite a strong lead in this seat, with approximately 2.5% of the vote counted, so not that much at all. Yeah, as you can see just here, about 400 vote lead for Jerome Lexau, who is currently the member for the seat of Bennelong. What Matthew was speaking on before earlier in the stream. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Matthew, he's a political expert, and and he's a very, very good at his politics. If you rewind the stream back to the beginning, he did speak for a bit and gave a very good rundown on what to expect tonight, what you will see, what will happen. So I do recommend going back if you'd like to. So going back as well, we'll go back to the main page, just to see if we've got any updates here. Yes, we have. Oh, we've actually lost a seat for the Liberal National Party. I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm going to try and refrain from getting rid of seats off parties. However, it currently indicates, I'll just put it up here on the main screen, that the Liberal Party is at 15 seats and the Labor Party is at 14 seats. So I'm going to keep it the same for the moment, as I'm not a big fan of getting rid of seats and causing confusion, because obviously we want to try and keep it around the same as it currently is. So just going to see if there's any more seats people want. Let's just have a look. No, all right. All good. We'll just see if any more votes have come through. Yep. We'll try and take a look. Here we go, Gilmore. I'm going to try and take a look at some seats with a lot of the vote counted, which is where we can find a more likely winner for that seat. So the seat of Gilmore, 10% of the vote in now. I'm actually going to pin this seat. Keep an eye on that. Fiona Phillips, looking very good for her at the moment. She's in a 7% lead, just over 7% lead, against Andrew Constance, who was the former New South Wales Transport Minister. He just lost the seat by a margin of 2%. So Labor currently holds it by a margin of 0.2%. So Liberal just lost that seat last time. He's running again. However, at this rate, we might actually have an even better win for the seat of Gilmore for Labor. That is good news for the Labor Party, and I do think that, actually, we've just gotten some more numbers in now. We've got 17 seats to the Labor Party and 18 seats to the Liberal National Party. So this is what I mean, as I literally said before. It's going as I thought. So as you can see, the gap is now closing, and we will likely see Labor take over. But this is then when we need to see what happens after Labor takes over. Does Liberal take over again? Because if Liberal takes over again and starts gaining the lead, that will likely see a win for the Liberals and Peter Dutton for this election. However, at this current time, judging by voting, it is looking more swaying towards a Labor Party win. But that is it's very unpredictable. It could very easily go to the Liberal Party, but we will find out soon. It won't be too long until we will eventually start to get an idea of who may be winning this election. But at this current time, we have no way of telling who will win. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to let a bit more of the votes come through. So we're going to go back to ABC News' live coverage for a little bit, and then in about 5 minutes' time, maybe a little more, probably about 5 minutes, we'll come back and take a better look at these votes coming through now. So I'll pass back over to ABC News' live coverage.
But it's under threat from an independent. In Victoria, we've seen an unusual situation in the seat of Bendigo where the Nationals are really talking up their chances of getting that seat, even though it's a safe Labor seat, and Labor thinks it will retain it. And also in WA, there's a three-cornered contest in the seat of Bullwinkle. Now, David Littleproud has claimed credit for leading the coalition's agenda on a number of fronts, and if the Nationals have a bad result tonight, it could mean trouble for his leadership.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The Nats pretty confident, though. Steph Dalzell, thank you. And I think that is, in fact, the safest seat in the country, David Littleproud's.
On our side, yes.
Yeah, well, certainly on the coalition side. Let's get to Anthony Green now with some more numbers for us. Anthony, what have you got?
Yes, we're having there's a lot happening. It's we're struggling to actually illustrate it in some sense because there's a lot happening, a lot of seats, but some of them we're just doubtful about. The Labor Party is currently projected between 34 and 35% nationally, with 4% counted. The Coalition on 31, Greens on 12.4, others at 12. Now, the change in vote since the last election at the moment is Labor's up 2, the Coalition's down 4, and the two-party preferred swing is 3.1% with 4.6% counted. So we're seeing a lot going on. I just want to, I'll do Queensland as the state figures first. We need to go to this one first. The Labor Party's projected to 31, the Coalition at 35, the LNP in Queensland 12.8 for the Greens. If we look at the change in vote, the Labor vote's up, the LNP vote is down, the others 2.5. And Queensland is turning into a swing of 3.2%. Now, we're going to look at a couple of seats at the moment. To do that, I go to the map, and then I go to the seat run. The first one is Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. Now, it is only 5% counted. It's a very low primary vote. Labor's primary vote is low. Ellie Smith, who's one of the of the Climate 200 backed independents on 14%. It's 9 polling places. Look at the change in vote in those polling places. A big drop in the LNP vote and a rise in the independents. And I think, yeah, this is an estimate of preferences on those numbers. We estimate a 5% swing now. It is 5.2%. But this is the sort of swing we're seeing in every seat at the moment. Is Petrie, 8.2% counted. Emma Corner, who I must admit was one of the last announced Labor candidates, and to see her ahead of a long-serving Luke Howarth is quite a surprise. The change in vote there again, it's that rise in the Labor vote, the LNP vote down, and the two-party preferred swing of 6.8. The one reason I'm not saying, what I will say at the moment is, I've always said that when there's an election where nothing's happening, it's the hardest to call. When there's an election when you're not expecting a big swing to Labor, you're of course rather you're surprised to see it actually occur. But that's what we're seeing at the moment. There's nothing which is looking good, particularly good for the coalition at this stage. I'm not prepared to call it with, what's the national figure, with only 4.9% counted. But admittedly, with all those pre-polls, with all those postals, these are looking good for the Labor Party without being anywhere near calling this election.
No, OK, and that's important that we're still early, just under 5% of the vote counted, but none of it so far, none of it is looking good for the coalition. That primary vote that Labor's sitting on there is, if anything, I think above what the polls were suggesting. It'll come down, you would assume. Once
if Labor finishes ahead on the primary vote, they will have a significant victory.
Yep. And I just want to go to the seat that really jumped out there, I think, for everybody on this panel, and that's Peter Dutton's seat at Dixon. James McGrath, does that concern you, those early numbers there?
Let's see. Let's wait for pre-poll. You're going to hear me say that for a while. But remember with that seat that Peter's had it since 2001. Every single election, it has been a very close election. I think in 2007 he won it by like 100 votes. It is a classic fight there. The fact that the Till Independent has behind Labor, I think will help us. I can't recall what a how to vote card said in relation to, or whether it was just an open how to vote card.
Yep. Jim Chalmers, what do you think about the seat of Dixon?
My phone's blowing up about Dixon, but again, we think that the early voting, which will come in huge chunks later in the night,
we'll bring it back,
will be better for him than on the day. But there's a lot of interest, as you can imagine, because of that big early number.
Well, there's certainly, we'll keep coming back to Dixon, you can be sure of that. Right now, though, we want to go to Adam Bandt, the Greens leader who's standing by at the Greens function there in Melbourne. Thank you for joining us. How are the Greens feeling about your prospects tonight?
Look, good. Woke up this morning to find that we were up in all the polls. I spent some time on booths in Wills and Melbourne and Macnamara today, and we're certainly getting really positive feedback. People have heard our messages throughout the campaign. Obviously, like, the polls are closed there now. It's still going over in Western Australia, where Sophie Greer in the seat of Perth is still is running hard there. But look, we were certainly getting the sense that, must have been something good go up, bit of noise in the background here, but we were certainly getting the sense that people had heard our message that we want to keep Peter Dutton out, but the government just wasn't doing enough on the housing, cost of living and climate crisis.
Good evening to the Greens Army tonight, Adam Bandt. It's Bridget Brennan here. You might tell them to have a bit of shush while we get on with this interview, just for a few more questions. Hey, I'm really curious, what are you predicting for Wills tonight? You've put a lot of resources into this seat in Melbourne's inner north.
Yeah, look, the booths that I was on felt really good. There was a lot of people who had voted early, and of course I think there was one pre-poll booth in Wills, and that's going to come through in one big chunk. But the feeling from the booths that we were on was really good. And of course, in that electorate, in the council elections that we recently had, like in big parts of the north of the electorate, they turn into two-party Greens areas where we saw big swings to the Greens in those seats in the council elections. So feeling so far is good, but as I understand it, there haven't yet been numbers coming in. So I think in that seat, like many others, we're probably going to have to wait a little while.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Bandt? Are you at risk of losing a couple of those tonight? Those are tight contests. I know you've put a lot of resources up there as well.
Look, we're always clear. I know this from experience. At the first time around, everyone throws everything at you, and I think the three MPs up there have done terrifically and run amazing campaigns. And it seems on early indications from what I'm told, our vote is holding up there and holding up quite well. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see. The votes that will come through will probably be quite lumpy. If there is any risk there, the risk is potentially that we see a drop in the LNP vote and Labor people elected on Liberal preferences, but it did take a while for those seats to be counted last time, and the feeling so far, I spent a bit of time on the booths up there as well, I don't think people really understood that Peter Dutton's really only potential pathway to power ran through those seats in Brisbane, and we ran really strongly that to keep Peter Dutton out, we need to keep Brisbane green.
Just if we can go back to Melbourne for a sec, Labor's pretty cranky about its view that you decided to put out open preference how to vote cards today. Did you do that, and why?
I think the Victorian Party's put out a statement very clearly about that. If you go to the Greens website, even now, you'll find that the Greens are saying vote one Greens and preference Labor above Liberals in every seat across the country, and we've run really strongly the message that vote one Greens, preference Labor above the Liberals as a way of keeping Peter Dutton out. And I think the Victorian Party has said that there's a bit of a scare campaign going on there, but that's certainly my message. And if you go to our website and look at our how to votes, that's what you'll see, including in those seats.
Adam Bant, Sarah Ferguson here. Just on that question of what happens if we do see the LNP dropping to third for those Brisbane seats, are you underestimating the danger to the Greens for those three Brisbane seats if that's what happens?
Oh, look, that's always possible. I think there is a chance that you're going to see some across the country, depending on how things go. You may well see some Labor members elected on Liberal preferences. That's the way the Liberals have decided to preference, and it may make a difference in the number of seats. We don't know, but look, in those three seats, our campaign has been really strongly to lift our primary vote, and all indications are that we've held our primary vote, and really we can't do much more than that. And if Labor and Liberal work together on preferences, that's a bit out of our control, but we're really proud of the campaigns that we've run there.
Adam Bant, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is Adam Bant, the leader of the Greens Party, speaking just there. We're going to move back now. We don't have any changes in seats just at the moment. However, we do have a bit of a look at some of, if I can just pull that up here. A bit of a load-in bit here. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so back to the main page. I'll just give it a quick reload. We'll go to view all party totals. This is interesting. Haven't gone over this one yet. So this is the official votes and exact numbers for all of Australia. So as you can see just here, Labor actually has less votes than the coalition. However, it's more about seats, and Labor holds better and more seats than the coalition at this time. Coalition, more votes. Greens have gained quite a popularity with voting, especially 103,000 votes. For the Greens, no seats at the moment. However, we are keeping it on seat one, as we don't really want to deduct seats that have already been put on at the moment. There is no bias, of course, towards the Greens. We've got One Nation just here. They hold 63,000 votes, no seats. Trumpeter Patriots, 20,000 votes, no seats. Other parties, 129,000 votes and 6 seats. So, by the way, for those wondering, One Nation and the Trumpeter Patriots are being included in our other seats sort of thing. So, those won't appear on the screen as there's too many parties to show, and we're only really showing the main three parties, which is kind of been normalised to become Labor, the Coalition, and the Greens, that are touched on the most, and then other parties are just put into the little other box. So, we're going to go back now, take a look at the seat of Dixon, where Peter Dutton is at the moment. As you can see, we've still got a lead with 6.1% of the vote counted in towards Ali France. That is about a 201 vote lead. It's getting wider than it's getting tighter. It's getting wider than it's getting tighter. So it's hard to say who will win this, and I do think this will be one of the final seats of the night to be called, as there is no way of telling if Peter Dutton will win his seat tonight. Unlike Anthony Albanese, we can confidently say he will win his seat tonight. So that's to give you an idea of how close it really is in the seat of Dixon. And that it could either go two ways for Peter Dutton. He could win his seat as per usual tonight. He could lose his seat, and it would be disastrous for him. He would not only no longer be able to become Prime Minister, him losing his seat would probably indicate that that's probably not a good sign for the entire federal coalition Liberal Party, that they will likely lose the election there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But of course, you've got to remember, it always happens where you might see a candidate leading in what, for example, a Liberal candidate leading in a traditionally Labor area. That will likely change. If it doesn't change, that's good news. But one thing to keep an eye on is if the votes, like the kind of little tally just here, if the line stays towards the middle and you've got about 5% of the vote counted, that's a good sign that there might be a swing to a different party, or that it is at least getting closer. And that's a good sign that can be for either party or either supporters who voted in that electorate. Now we're going to go back to some more seats. I do have a few seats saved for some viewers who wanted me to cover those. Seat of Benelong, that's one we're going to be keeping a close eye on. 3% of the vote counted. We're not really going to touch on much here, as the vote is not counted that much here, but Jerome Laxale is currently leading. This was one of the closest seats in Australia. I believe it was only held by Jerome Laxale by a few dozen votes, maybe about 100 votes, to Scott Young. And if we go to Gilmore, that has 11.6% of the vote counted. I am beginning to feel more likely that Labor will win the seat again, possibly by a stronger margin. It was previously held by the ALP Labor Party, at the moment by 0.2%, against former New South Wales Transport Minister, who is now a federal member, Andrew Constance. So there is a possibility that Labor might win the seat again with a stronger lead. And then we've got Dixon just there. We already viewed Dixon just then. Labor is in lead in there, so if it was to stay as it currently is, Peter Dutton would lose his seat. Seat of Cooper, something like that. Independents currently in the lead there with 5.3% of the vote counted, so the fact that it is so close will likely mean it remains as a very tight seat. It was already held by the Nationals by 2.4%, so as you can see, it's very tight there, and that's one thing to keep an eye on. Someone wanted us to keep an eye on the seat of Banks. That's really close as well, held by the Liberals by 2.6%, 6.1% of the vote in. We have Z Soon, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, from the Labor Party. He's currently holding the seat by a margin of exactly 3.0%, exactly 3%. So that will likely change, so we'll see what happens there. Kingsford Smith, Labor. Labor's going to win the seat of Kingsford Smith. It's very likely now. Seat of Grainler, which is where Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, who is also the leader of the Labor Party, holds the seat. At the moment, he is winning by quite a significant margin. It was previously held by Labor with a margin of 17.3%. We'll have to see what the new margin is once the votes are officially counted, and if it's more for Albanese, that would be a good sign. And if he keeps up the current effort, we could see a third term of Anthony Albanese, but of course, we're not going to speak of that at the moment, because we don't even know if he'll have a second term yet. So that's something we'll find out later tonight. By the way, an update on all the seat numbers. They are slowing down a bit. That is kind of normal. They can come through really quickly and then suddenly slow down, and that's what we're experiencing at the moment. So the seats are currently kind of getting a bit slow and getting a bit stuck. So don't be too worried about that. That's normal. It'll pick up in a second. Seat of Deacon. Actually, we're going out of the pinned stuff now. So we've gone through all the important seats that I have had pinned. Some for viewers who want to keep an eye on their seats, I'm presuming, and then some actual important seats. I would say, though, that some of the most important seats would be the seats such as Benelong, which Labor really needs to keep. It'll be significant if they don't keep the seat. It'll be bad for Labor. And Dixon, arguably like one of the most important seats of the election. and that if Peter Dutton loses his seat, it's disastrous for him. And the reason why I don't say it's important for the seat of Grainler is because Anthony Albanese has a very strong lead and will almost certainly re-win his seat of Grainler after nearly 30 years in his seat. So he's been there for a very long time. If I go down here, you can see there is literally... Labor has held it for so long that you can't actually even see a history of any other parties holding it. That's to give you an idea of how strong the lead is with Labor and how it has always been a strong Labor seat. So yeah, Albanese, he will win the seat tonight, most certainly, definitely. As you can see, literally all of the polling places. There is one place that leans more towards the Greens, but the rest is literally just Labor. So yeah, that's one thing to keep an eye on. But once again, as I said just before, it will possibly change. We could see more of a Liberal vote in this area. We could see more of a Greens vote in this area, just to give you an idea of stuff like that. So yeah, moving on, we'll just take a look, see if there's any other votes that have come in. Nah, it's been stuck for 16 minutes now, so... I think what we'll do is we'll move back to ABC News for a little bit, just until the votes come through. They'll start coming through a lot faster really soon. It could also just be a glitch that they're all just stopped at the moment. So they will start coming through in a second, and we'll get some more numbers shortly. So I'll move back to ABC News now, and I'll be back in a few minutes once we get some more numbers in.
And we've failed to expand the base. And if you can't expand the base, you can't expand the electoral map. So I think, notwithstanding all the caveats that I'm sure viewers were getting tired of now about the pre-polls having a differential to today's vote, but Victoria should be the exception to the rule. In Victoria, the coalition should have raced away to an early lead on ordinary votes, today's votes. And the fact that they're not, notwithstanding it's a very small sample size at the moment, would indicate this is going to be a thumping.
You think we're in for a thumping of the coalition?
I think, look, I think Labor will, on projections, sail past 76, but then start coming back as the pre-polls and postals come in. Whether it remains above 76 or not remains to be seen, but it's going to be very close to that number.
Thanks very much indeed, Tony. We're going to bring in, we're going to speak to Tony Burke in just a moment in his seat of Watson. Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Tony Burke is standing by for us. He's held the seat of Watson in Sydney for quite some time, 21 years, since 2004. He's standing by to speak to us, but let's first take a look at the figures. Look, this is a really early count, just a couple of polling booths. There's been a bit of interest in the independent Ziad Bassiouni, whether Muslim voters would get behind him and there'd be some backlash against Labor over the government's handling of the war in Gaza. At this stage, Tony Burke's primary vote is down, but he will be easily re-elected to the seat on those figures. But again, it's an early count.
Time now to talk to Tony Burke. So as we just heard there, Tony Burke, an early count, some early numbers. How are you feeling tonight about retaining your seat?
Look, at the moment the polling... I'm trying to not hold up your show here. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm going to try to keep talking. No, please.
Oh, it's a good vibe, Tony. It's a good vibe.
If the support in this room was as good as that, the whole electorate, then you wouldn't be wanting to talk to me at all. What I'll say, though, what I'll say is the mood on the booths today was better than what the mood had been on pre-poll. So as those pre-poll results come in, exactly what you've been talking about on the panel is what I think I'll be seeing. I also noticed today we've just had a significant redistribution, and there was a lot more support in the areas that I've represented for 21 years than in the areas that are new. So they're sort of the changes that I saw. But, you know, it's early in the night. You never take anything like this for granted. The chance to represent the community I've lived in all my life is the honour of my life. So, you know, I'm very hopeful, but, you know, way too early for me to be as positive as the rest of the room is.
I mean, polls always come with a significant caveat, but certainly coming into the year, the government's fortunes look to be down somewhat. There looks to be, if the figures we're seeing tonight are a trend, certainly a turnaround since the start of the year. What do you put that down to, Tony Burke?
Look, I think the reality for people is their lives will be better if Anthony Albanese is Prime Minister than if the Liberal Party takes over. And, you know, whether it be we had people on the booths, like the main conversation across the booths would have been Medicare, but we also had students coming up letting volunteers know what their student debt was and calculating what 20% of that had been as a reduction. The cheaper medicines policies of the government have been huge. So I think very much the shift has been, as the course of the year's gone on, it's been less a referendum on the government and more a choice between who would you be better off under. And that's been part of the positive shift back to the government, and hopefully it continues during the night.
All right, Tony Burke, thanks for your time.
James McGrath, I think we're going to have
much.
to... James McGrath, I think we're going to have to bring you in here. That was a round the table of bad news, and I can see you're looking at messages on your phone, and some of those are coming from Victoria, aren't they?
Yes, and everybody is saying, James, remind the panel and remind everybody in the room that it early figures, and let's wait till pre-poll comes in. That's what everybody is saying. And I think everybody should just calm down a little bit and just wait for the pre-poll figures to come in.
What's the chances that you'll end up losing both your leader and a prospective leader in Keith Wallahan on these sorts of numbers? I mean, the Menzies is not looking good either.
Well, as I keep saying, let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in, and let's wait till we get a good vote in rather than 5%. I think everybody should just, whether at home, around this table, over there, just wait for those figures to come in.
Can I ask then, can you just explain why you think the pre-poll record number is going to be substantially different to the people voting on the day, just so people can get an understanding of why you think there's a
Well,
great
it's
difference?
my experience from the Queensland election when I was on, one of your competitors on Sky, we're at a similar situation where on the day figures strongly favoured the Labor Party, and it was the pre-poll figures and the postals that then strongly favoured the LNP. Now, I don't know what extent that's going to be, but we know that the figures that everyone's seeing now will be ameliorated somewhat, in some instances by quite a lot, by the actual figures that do come in.
And do you anticipate that will include Peter Dutton's own seat?
We're comfortable about Dixon, we're comfortable about Menzies, we're comfortable about a number of seats. Let's just wait for those figures to come in.
Jim, you were going to say something?
Can I just briefly support what James is saying? Yeah, that's our expectation too. The reason we think that early voting will be stronger for the coalition than on the day voting was we think that overrepresented in that group is older people, people who already own their own home, and people who've had a history of voting for the LNP. And so I agree with what James is saying. I mean, we're very encouraged, obviously, by these numbers that are coming in, but we have the same caution that we had at 6 p.m. We have at whatever time it is now, 7:47 p.m, and that is we do expect that these good numbers that we have been getting so far will moderate.
But Jim Chalmers, do you really think it's possible the coalition could find a goat-tractor victory tonight?
I think it is looking increasingly difficult for them, but you know, as we go through you flick through the various contests where Labor is currently ahead with only 5% of the national vote counted, I just think caution is the order of the day.
All right, a lot of caution down this end of the table, in case you missed that.
Yeah, sure. No.
Yeah. Laura, what do you make of the numbers we're seeing?
Well, I think overall, you know, the grand strategy was to pick up a lot of seats in Victoria.
Just going to come in for a second, just to let you all know. By the way, thank you. 90 people watching, that's incredible. Do stay put. We have a political expert, Matthew Hayes, very good with his politics, and he has served in Youth Parliament of New South Wales. So he will be joining us in just a few minutes, and he'll be providing his update on the night. He's great, way better than me at covering politics, so he will hopefully be joining us for a little bit longer. And as we get later into the night, he will likely be with us more. He's been on and off as he's been quite busy tonight. It's election night, so understandably he's pretty busy. So it will just be a second that the screen will black out as I do get the the system's set up to feature him on the stream, so don't go anywhere. It will just be a few seconds of a quick black screen, and we'll be right back.
To 2 weeks, the Parliament made the decision. I actually think it should be 1 week.
So why do you think that? Just
like
explain.
A supermarket
Because
sweep type
I think people should have as much information as possible in order to make an informed decision in relation to how they vote. This is me being a public policy nerd, and I think instead of having Australia shifted from having a voting day to having a voting period, I think we should try and, as much as possible, return to having a voting day.
You could put your policies out nice and early.
Early, yes.
Well,
you knew when pre-polling was.
We had lots of policies.
You knew when pre-polling was going to be in this campaign, and yet you left some of your biggest policies
as someone
after pre-polling.
Someone who was responsible for our local election policies across the country, they were all out by basically nearly all were out by early April, and most of our major policies were out by the time.
Your defence policy, your biggest spending policy was after early voting had begun.
By the time that people were making the decision with 2 weeks to go, most of our policies are out, and I think it would be nice for Australia to return to having a voting day rather than a voting period.
Had you made a decision on defence that it wasn't going to be a vote winner, so just park it up
I don't think that's the issue.
Then why have it so late?
I think with Peter Dutton being a former Defence Minister and Andrew Hastie being a former officer in the SAS, you've got two people who understand the importance of the defence.
So why not put that earlier in the campaign?
We've consistently talked about defence issues throughout this term of Parliament.
Nice try, James, but the policy itself, with its thin announcement, couple of pages and a little bit of costings,
that's because a lot of our policies were already out.
Came out
there,
very late
and a lot
in
of
the
people
day.
understand that when it comes to the issue of defence, they will trust us over the Labor Party and over any other political
party. Hang on a minute. Is there a buzzer for a talking point? Hang on.
Let's argue about defence policy a bit later, probably. I think maybe.
Should we add it to the list of things? I've got a list of things too I'd like to raise.
Can I say a couple of things unrelated to that?
Yeah, sure.
Just very quickly, we feel better about Franklin in the south of Tasmania.
Okay.
There are good reasons to think that we're in a better nick in Julie Collins' seat than what the early numbers were showing.
What is that? Because what we were seeing was Peter George obviously had picked up some votes early there. What makes you think it's...
He's a much tougher proposition in the rural booths than he is closer to town, and so some people I trust on these issues say that we obviously we're watching it very closely, but we feel better about it than I indicated half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers, that has come back in.
And the other really important thing is about Victoria, is about Melbourne. So if you look at Deakin and Menzies, where we're making a run at those two ultra-marginal seats, the really key consideration there is I think the Greens ran an open ticket in both of those places, and so we shouldn't anticipate that we get the same disciplined preference flow from the Greens if we might have if they were directing in both places.
Just on that, the Greens, we did ask them about this because I know Labor was concerned about it. They've said some material we handed out was an open ticket, but other material... and Labor's done this as well.
I think,
I'm
not having a shot at them. I'm saying that it introduces another layer of complexity and unpredictability.
But you would still anticipate a very, above 90% flow from the Greens, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure about that. No, I don't think so. Others would be more au fait with Green preference flows.
It's usually about an 80% flow.
Okay, so too much.
But I guess my point is we are making a run in both of those places. I think PK made a good point about the Chinese community in particular. But we need to be careful not to assume that we'll get the exact same discipline there that we're getting elsewhere.
And just on the 1 week of pre-poll idea from James McGrath, Jim Chalmers, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't care. Just tell us well enough in advance so that we can get the people there to talk to. the people we are begging to vote for us. If it's 2 weeks, I'll be there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week. I'm not.
Speak
it's
to
not
Don.
really my focus.
Speak to Don.
Yeah, that's right.
Speak to Don.
All right.
That's a Don Farrell. That goes on the Don Farrell
I'm
list.
pretty sure after every election, though, the Joint Standing Committee does a review, looks at these
They do.
things, and
Yeah.
they'll cast their wisdom on that decision.
Yeah, and I wait for my instructions from that rather than...
Good approach. All right, let's go to Senator Jackie Lambie, who's joining us from northern Tasmania tonight. Senator, thank you for joining us. What are you making of the results there in Tasmania so far?
Sorry, mate, I missed that. What did you say?
I'm just asking you generally what your thoughts are from the results so far in Tasmania.
Yeah, very interesting. I was expecting Anne Urquhart. You could see her; she was doing some really hard work down here the last 6 months. There's no doubt about she's thrown it all out there. So I think she was nearly doubling over my time at one stage. So she's done really well down here, and she's also well known. I did think that it may be a problem for Bridget because she obviously didn't have Scott Morrison in, so she wasn't crossing the floor. So probably haven't heard as much, even though she's doing the work on the ground, just haven't heard her out there as much being on the media and that sort of thing. So for Bridge, so I was a bit worried about her seat down there, but it's good to see Julie Collins finally getting challenged because quite frankly, she needs to be challenged. So we'll just see how Peter George goes down there. But other than that, I think I see the upset. I imagine that Labor's going to take Braddon, Lyons and Bass.
Wow.
And obviously probably still keep it down there in Franklin. So, so that's a bit of a problem for them. Yeah.
Jackie Lambie, it's Bridget Brendan here. Can you just talk to us about how crucial salmon farming and that debate has been in Tasmania during the campaign?
Yeah, so it's been a little bit like the football stadium down here. You know, you've got 65% of Tasmanians who don't want salmon. It's not that we don't want salmon. We're just asking you make all those profits, get it out into the sea, get it out of that bloody harbour. That's what we're asking. We think that's a fair ask. And then, of course, we've got this stadium at $1.2 billion, and that's on a good day. So there are other things that we could be doing with it. Certainly, we just cannot afford that stadium in Hobart. We know York Park's the centre of Tasmania. That's where the AFL's always been. It's always been northern Tasmania, and it's in the middle of everywhere. So it's fair for those kids that are with the AFL Academy and the travel. People down here don't have a lot of money, so so that cost of going to Hobart, spending the night there, a lot of people will drive home, and that's dangerous in itself. And you know what? They just never did it properly. They just decided over some frothies they were going to have this goddamn stadium. So, this is where the problem is. So hopefully that fight will continue, hopefully on Monday morning, hopefully I'm still standing.
Jackie Lambie, what about the swing to Labor that we're seeing tonight? What do you put that down to? It's early figures, albeit.
Yeah, I think, I think Peter Dutton, I think them not coming out with their policies, they're not explaining them, them not costing them. Has been a real problem the last few weeks. I think it's really cost them, to be honest with you. They just didn't look like a team that was hungry. Labor's been out there. They've just seen the red shirts everywhere down here. It's been quite amazing. So I'm assuming that's all over Australia like that. But it just looks like in the last few weeks the Liberals just haven't wanted it. It's been quite amazing. So, you can see that turnaround. I think Labor's just been out there and hit it harder and done better. Let's be honest.
Just further to that, Jackie Lambie, I mean, you always tell it as it is. What have you made watching both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese through this campaign? How would you rate their performance?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty lacklustre, as I like to say down here. It's a bit... it hasn't been like the normal elections in the past. People just haven't been excited. It's been quite weird. So that's been very interesting. They just let's just get this over and done with so we can get on with it. So that's the sort of attitude I've seen on the ground.
But has one been any better than the other? When you line up
fashion.
Albanese and Dutton, how would you...
Yeah, I think Labor's just been the bigger and smarter outfit. They've just done it a lot better. They look like they want to run. They look like they want to rule. Liberals do not. That's the problem. They've just been slipping the last few weeks and not coming out with your policy and your costings still... towards the end, I mean, that's just ridiculous. What were they expecting? You want to govern, but you actually don't want to tell us how you're going to do that. That's just ridiculous. I reckon they've lost a lot of, those people that thought they may have voted for them, I reckon the last week they've lost quite a lot.
Jackie Lambie, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me on.
And the Jackie Lambie network supporters there.
Can I just say, we need more balloons in the ABC studio. We need more.
What about the with a little antenna as well? I'm one of the supporters there.
James, you've been very resistant to this through the evening, but that's Jackie Lambie adding to the voices saying a lacklustre campaign. Are you not seeing what other people are saying?
No, what I'm saying is, can we wait until we get some more voting figures in?
Now, this is a reflection on the campaign.
But that's yes, exactly.
Well, Jackie is, with all due respect to Jackie, is a political opponent of ours. She's not going to say nice things about the Liberal Party. She never says nice things about any Liberals down in Tasmania. So I'm not surprised by her comments. What we will do as the Liberal Party, we will always look into any election campaign that we've run. I've done reviews myself in the past. I'm sure the great, I don't know if Jim's done them, but the great and the good will do it. Win or lose tonight, that's what will happen.
So what would be your word, single word to describe Peter Dutton's campaign?
Solid.
Solid, OK.
All right.
That's where we're up to.
OK, well, we are approaching 8 o'clock Eastern time, and that means the polls are about to close in the West, and we'll start to see some of those early numbers come through. Will Labor hold the seats it won at the last election? Watching Australia Votes live from the
Alrighty, so we now have Matthew from the YouTube channel Ahead, Matthew Awesome, who is also a political expert. We are calling you the political expert, who is joining us now to speak on an update on what is currently going on tonight with the election. I'm sure you've been following the vote counts. We're seeing a slight lead in for the Labor Party. However, as of the recent 40 minutes, it seems that the vote counting has almost paused on the ABC, so we're kind of stuck at figures right now. So if you could maybe provide an update on what's going on at the moment and what you expect to further happen in the coming half an hour,
Yeah, so to the grin of a few and the fear of many, I've been called a political expert tonight. So that's a good compliment. Thanks, thanks TsetsTransport. So I'm currently broadcasting live at the moment. I've come on down to Bradfield at the moment, right in the heart of the new part of Bradfield electorate in Artarmon, just around the corner from me. I'm not inside, but beside me you may hear a little bit of screaming. I'm currently broadcasting from the from one of the candidates parties at the moment around here. It's been quite exciting tonight for a lot of people around here. So at the moment I'll give you an update on what's happening over in Bradfield. So what I'll just do is that I'll just very quickly share my screen to see, to show you what's being, what we're seeing sort of on my end. So at the moment we got the seat of Marginal, which is an LNP seat. It's home of David Littlecloud, who's the leader of of the Nationals. So he has won that seat quite strongly. And same in New South and then same with the seat of Cunningham at the moment, has won quite solidly there. And then if we look at some other seats, we've got Hinkler at the moment looking more likely to be LNP. Longman is currently tied at the moment, but as we go up, Dawson it's pretty solid LNP. I'm trying to find Kennedy. Leichhardt's a place to look at the moment. This is currently a seat held by the LNP at the moment. The ALP's Matt Smith is currently ahead there at the moment. Got Capricornia there. I'm trying to find Kennedy. Kennedy has disappeared from my from from my little thing. Well, that's probably because it's on that silly thing there. But if we go, so Reid at the moment, it's looking quite solid at the moment for Labor at the moment. This was a seat that the LNP was really wanting to get. Doesn't seem like they're going to quite get that today. Page at the moment, that's LNP. So this is what we're looking at. Bradfield at the moment, so 9.3% of the count at the moment. Currently in the 2 candidate preferred at the moment. Nicolette Buller, who's the current independent candidate at the moment, has 53% of the vote at the moment. To Giselle Capterian's 47% of the vote. So, it's still very early days, only 9.3% of the vote counted. So we can't, use this as, we can't have this as the gospel yet. But, as you can see here, although Giselle Capterian's up in first and the first preferences, because, there's still quite a large amount, Labor, 2.2% swing. Louise McCallum's gone in 20% of first preferences. Greens Harjit Singh's gone in 7.1%. And Andy Yin's gone in 3.9% of the vote at the moment. All those preferences are probably going to go to, those 3 are probably going to go towards Nicolette Buller. Andy Yin has recommended his voters to preference Nicolette Buller over Giselle Capterian. So, that could be enough to get her. At the moment, it's looking a lot, quite likely that that Nicolette Buller could get in. But again, it's early days. These things have happened before where candidates seem like they're ahead at the start, but then more results come in and things start to look back. But at the moment, the Nicolette Buller team seem to be quite optimistic about everything that's happening at the moment. Observing the team at the moment, they seem to be quite excited with how everything's going at the moment. So that's how Bradfield is at the moment. Over in Bennelong, I haven't been able to check Bennelong yet, because last time. So we'll check McKellar. James Brown, Liberal Party, is the Liberal candidate at the moment. Sophie Scamps, who's been the member since 2022, 55.7% of the vote. Where 4% of the vote counted. She's doing pretty well. Zali Steggall took over the seat from Tony Abbott in 2019, 58.5% of the vote. She looks like that she's going to keep that seat. I keep finding Reid for someone. Here we go. Bennelong at the moment. This is very interesting here. So there's about an 11.5% swing towards the ALP at the moment. Something's happened over with. I'm just going to reload because I heard a whole bunch of cheering just now. So okay, nothing's happened. So at the moment, Scott Yong's the Liberal Party candidate at the moment, and as I mentioned earlier, Bennelong is a very marginal seat. There's only an 84 vote difference at the moment, but it's looking like with the first results that came in about 46 minutes ago, Jerome Laxale is very well ahead at the moment. That may change throughout the night. It's still very early days, 2 hours, like literally WA just closed their polls 7 minutes ago. So so it's still really early days. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's good news for for the ALP there. Now wanting to check Richmond at the moment, ALP is ahead there. I've been trying to find Cowper. Here we go. Cowper at the moment. Kaz Heights, who ran last time in 2022. I mentioned her a little bit earlier. Kaz Heights. It's currently a national seat held by Pat Conaghan. There's been a 3.4% swing towards the independent there, 51% of the vote. So that's great news. Now I'm going to go to Indi for a moment. I'm going to show you. Well, this is Canberra. Hold on, we don't need to worry about that. Aston's an interesting seat. I'll just quickly mention this. This was a seat in the 2022 election. It was held by the Liberals. There, and then Mary Doyle during the Aston by-election took the seat from the Liberals. And at the moment, it's still very tight, but it seems like that Mary Doyle's just ahead on that one. Deakin, Matt Gregg at the moment is currently ahead at the moment there. That's a Liberal held seat. Indi at the moment, Helen Haynes is the current independent member at the moment. Looks like that, 14.9% of the count voted already. It's looking like that she's probably gonna keep the seat. Now I really want to find Kennedy because I love everybody in Kennedy. Kennedy. You can't, you can't ever beat the seat of Kennedy. They're cool. Kennedy. So Kennedy at the moment, we can see here. It was over there. Okay, this is why I hate these maps. So at the moment, Bob Catter at the moment. Normally this is one of the first seats to be declared. It hasn't yet, but there's a 3.2% swing to Bob Catter. The LNP were trying to get that seat. No chance. Bob Catter's going to stay in for another 3 years. There's an election down in Flinders. So, Fisher, Andrew Wallace, who was Speaker of the House during the dying days of the Morrison government, it seems like that he's going to stay there. There was an independent, I believe there was an independent candidate trying to fight him. Fisher and Lilly, it seems like Labor's going ahead with that. Griffith at the moment. Max Chandler Mayfair, he's the current Greens member of Parliament, took the seat 3 years ago, became sort of, a very, huge rising star within the Green Party, within the Greens. At the moment, Max Chandler Mayfair, is not doing well with these results at the moment. He became quite controversial for some of his activities with the CFMEU. Who else can I find? Well, found Benelong again, so I know I can't mix that and miss that. McPherson, LNP's barely ahead at the moment. There is an independent candidate running there. Bowman, quite tight there as well. Bonner as well up in Queensland. In Solomon at the moment, Labor's quite ahead. This was one of those wanting to look at Country Liberal versus Labor Party here. At the moment, it seems quite solidly Labor ahead there at the moment. So, all the, Monash, there still was, there was an independent candidate trying to contest that. But the Liberals still quite ahead with that. Hotham with Claire O'Neill, who you may have seen, on the news lately. She's going to, solidly win her seat. Monique Ryan, the member for Kooyong, one of the most prominent members of the community independence movement, and Amelia Hamer from the Liberal Party. Both of these people have been under some controversy lately, but it seems like that Monique Ryan's going to, based on these current, projections, keep the seat. There's been a 1.9% swing towards her at the moment, and a 6.9% swing on first preference votes. But we'll just see how that goes towards the end of the night. Mayo, Rebecca Sharkey, Senate Alliance, is very well ahead. Pretty much only Cunningham is the only ones that we're getting good projections on. Wentworth, Spenders ahead on there. Sydney. Now I want to check Clare. Clare's one place we definitely want to see. Watson, Tony Burke there. Tony Burke was on the ABC a couple of minutes ago. He's doing pretty well. Gordon Reid, this was a seat that I, said to people to look out for. Gordon Reid at the moment, 3.8% of the vote counted. Gordon Reid is, currently very well ahead at the moment over there. So that's good news for him. Mitchell, Alex Cork is very well ahead there. Probably will keep the seat. Chipley, Ed Husick is very well ahead there. In Hunter, Dan's very well ahead over there. New England, Barnaby Joyce. We all know Barnaby Joyce probably. He used to be the leader of the Nationals, and he's loved by some, loathed by some, but Barnaby Joyce, but he's still quite popular in in the New England electorate. So he's probably gonna keep that seat. Parks, these are very safe national seats around here. Farrer, Susan Lee, quite solid grounds for the moment. Michael McCormack in Riverina, he's very well ahead. Lindsay, this is a seat that I said to look out for. Melissa McIntosh, there's been a 1.6% swing towards the ALP. It seems like that Melissa McIntosh will keep that seat. Claire, this is the seat that I wanted to check. So Sam Farraway at the moment, he quit the Legislative Council to New South Wales Legislative Council to run in the seat of Claire. Sam Farraway is a very familiar a very familiar name in state politics, especially wanting to look at young members and stuff like that. But the current member, Andrew G, wasn't endorsed by the Nationals in this election. He's currently very well ahead at the moment, 58.3%, 23.8% swing from Nationals, 10.6% of the vote counted. It seems like this may be a seat that the Nationals may lose tonight, but it's looking like overall, actually, not even just this is looking, overall, except in like Brisbane, the Greens are still ahead in Brisbane at the moment. But it's but the Greens are still ahead even with that 2% swing. Capricornia, KC, there's been a swing towards the Liberal Party there. Cook, which is Scott Morrison's old seat. Liberal Party, the Liberal Party is still ahead. There at the moment, Simon Kennedy is their current member. He ran in Bennelong 3 years ago. Didn't win. Dixon, the ALP is actually ahead at the moment, 6.1% of the vote counted at the moment. Peter Dutton is currently, and Ali France is currently ahead. Peter Dutton not doing so well. Could this be enough to topple his seat? I don't know. I'm going to be a little bit, pessimistic. I'm going to be, a bit more, I'm not going to go as far as to say, he's going to lose his seat. But this is definitely a bad sign for the LNP. Dobell, quite a strong swing towards the ALP. Eden Monero, there's been a swing. Now we want to look at Gilmore. So Gilmore at the moment, so that's Andrew Constance. If you forgot what he looked like, that's what he looks like. Hi, Andrew. Do you like Ferry McFerry face? Ferry McFerry face. I really like that name. Yeah, right. Anyway, so Fiona Phillips is the current member there at the moment. Andrew Constance lost by quite a small margin. There's 11.6% of the count voted at the moment. Fiona Phillips is very well ahead, but this is still early days. Goldstein, there's been a 3% swing towards the Liberals here. 5.8% of the vote counted. So this is out in Victoria. Tim Wilson was the former member there, lost his seat last time, recontesting the seat again. Zoe Daniel is, the current member at the moment. It's a very tight margin there, so we'll see how that goes throughout the night. In Hawke, ALP's ahead. Hotham, huge swing towards the ALP there. Hughes, which is currently held by Labor's, Liberals' Jenny Waugh at the moment. Quite a big support of the Tramway Museum, a regular visitor to the Tramway Museum there. David Moncrief is currently very well ahead, but keep in mind that this is, still very early. We can't make, too many projections, and I wouldn't recommend making any projections until much later in the night, because otherwise, you could make some, for anyone that's trying to make any projections, right now, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Parramatta, huge swing, towards the current member, Andrew Charlton. Katie Mullins is quite, far behind. She is a follower of my Instagram account, so hi, I think there's not that much of a swing towards you at the moment. Liberals are ahead at the moment with a 3.6% swing towards Labor at the moment. But the interesting thing is that the community independent Tina Brown at the moment only has 8.2% of the vote, primary vote. So actually, most of the primary vote is actually going towards Labor. So so there hasn't been a very strong performance for Tina Brown there at the moment. Clark is the home of Andrew Wilkie. He's very well ahead there. He's probably going to win. Fairfax, this was the home of Clive Palmer for a little while. So that, you know, he did have a seat for about 3 years, surprisingly. Independents ahead there. Marinoma, yeah, well, we've already mentioned that. So at the moment, nearly every seat currently is, well, Lalor's a bit of a exemption to that down in Victoria, but it's still very safe Labor seat. A few seats haven't, like Melbourne. Melbourne's a green seat at the moment, but you know, but we'll see what happens. And you know, if you know, Sturt's a seat that we, you know, really want to see stuff in. But these are sort of, you know, South Australia, WA. It might take a little while. So, yeah. So, but at the moment, it's definitely a very strong swing towards Labor at the moment, and it's it is not good news for for the Liberal Party tonight. You know, at the moment, independents. Nicolette Buller being ahead at the moment is really bad news for the Liberal Party tonight.
Just going to ask Matthew, I was wondering, there are a lot of people who are starting to, I wouldn't say get concerned, but get a bit confused that the voting counter has seemingly stopped on the ABC, and we haven't had any updates for nearly an hour now. So I might be wrong, but I do actually think in the it was either the state election in 2023 or the last federal election in 2022 that the voting kind of paused on the ABC website. Is this something that you would know anything about or have seen before?
This is, it is completely normal to for that, and it will also, this is actually interesting. I'll just note this here: 8.6% of the vote coming in at the moment. Jesse Price, who's the independent candidate over in Bean in the ACT, is actually overtaking David Smith at the moment.
I'm actually just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. I've just found out that there is a server problem with ABC. They've released a statement saying that there is a server problem and they're basically trying to fix it. And have no fear, we're working on it and it will be resolved as soon as possible. Anthony Green said that they can't bring up any graphics at the moment to show the results, so they've been kind of forced to just speak amongst each other because their systems have gone down. So as a result of this, we are going to be referring on other like 9 News, 7 News to try and bring everyone that data of seats as the ABC is currently down. But I'll let you continue on with what you're saying just before, Matthew, and you guys should hopefully all see the seats update in just a second, have a huge jump because we have missed a lot due to the ABC systems being down.
Yeah, what a great way to finish your career, everything just going wrong. That seems to always happen with a lot of people on their last day on the job. Everything possible that could go wrong goes wrong. So that's definitely a shame. Shame for Anthony Green, because it is his last day. It is his last day working. Presenting with the ABC at the moment. So it's definitely, it'll be a tough situation for him. I will let me see if I can.
I've just had a look, and Channel 9 is currently reporting 41 seats to the Australian Labor Party, 24 to the Liberal Party, 5 to the Independent parties, 0 to the Greens, and 2 to other parties. So I've updated the Labor figure, but I'm keeping everything else basically the same because there's not really much of a difference in regards to Liberal numbers. So that is interesting to see how the Liberals are basically stuck at the same still, but we've seen Labor gain a nearly 20-point lead now in seats.
Okay, Kevin. So I have the 9 News on here now. Thank you so much for letting me know, because otherwise I would have not had a clue. I would have been stuck there all night doing nothing. So I want to just confirm. In Adelaide, ALP is retained. Ballarat, ALP retained. Barker, Liberal retained. Barton, ALP retained. Braxton, ALP retained. Braddon, ALP gain there. So Braddon, it's just been projected. by Channel 9 at the moment, with 56.7% of two-party preferred votes at the seat of Braddon, which is, I believe, down in Victoria. That has just flipped towards Labor. So that's great news for them. In Brisbane, the Green Stephen Bates has just lost his seat. Madonna Jarrett has just won the seat of Brisbane, so that's a seat loss for the Greens. So that's really bad news for the Greens tonight. Losing an important seat like that. In Bradfield at the moment, Nicolette Buller's currently ahead, 8,796 votes to Giselle Capturian's 8,322 at the moment. These are sort of, that's two-party preferred that they've been able to figure out at the moment. First preferences at the moment, it is getting closer. There's 38% of the vote counted, 7% swing towards Nicolette Buller. So, so it's really, really bad news for the people of Bradfield. Really bad news for the Liberal Party tonight, losing potentially losing tonight one of the safest of most safe seats. One of the safest of most safe seats, being lost towards an independent candidate tonight. This was the seat of Billy Hughes, the seat of David Connolly, Brendan Nelson, Paul Fletcher, gone. Just gone overnight. So at the moment, Corwell, ALP currently ahead, first preferences at the moment. Canberra, ALP will retain. Capricornia, LNP will retain. Chifley, ALP retain. Clark, Andrew Wilkie's going to keep that one. Cook, Simon Kennedy's going to keep his seat in Cook. Corio, ALP is retaining that. In Cooper, ALP's ahead. It's a two-candidate preferred contest between ALP and the Greens over there in Cooper, but it's seeming like but Labor is still ahead there at the moment. Cunningham, ALP retained there. Dawson, LNP retained. Dobell, ALP retained. Eden Monero, this is an important one. This used to be a very big bellwether seat, but ALP has just retained Eden Monero by quite a strong margin.
I was just going to interrupt for a second, Matthew. I was just wondering if you could take a look at the seat of Dixon and see how Peter Dutton and Ali France are going at the moment.
Yeah, so it's currently too close to call at the moment, but with 24% of the vote counted, Ali France is currently ahead, 58.3% of the vote, to Peter Dutton's 41.7% of the vote. And there's just been some cheers next door, because I'm currently broadcasting next door from the Nicolette Buller event at the moment. So I think something might have happened with that. So I'm just going to go. We're going to check Bennelong very quickly. 61.5% for Bennelong at the moment. Labor's quite strong there. So Bradfield. Has more stuff appeared. Let me check the ABC, because I know if they've updated anything, if this would move. I'm trying to see. No, it's still nothing. I think they've probably changed the channel, but Nicolette Buller is definitely very well.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We've just gotten some breaking news in. I'm quite surprised at this result, but ABC has just called it that Anthony Albanese has won the election, and the Labor Party will be re-elected for a second term.
The screen there. Wow. Okay, then. So we're now in business now. So we can now with the ABC projecting it, that was probably all that you could actually hear them from here. If you heard all that screaming and cheering, that would have been because Anthony Albanese, public housing kid from Camperdown, went up the ranks to being Prime Minister, has achieved a second term, so another 3 years as Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia. So I'll just let that.
Just going to cross over for a moment to some footage from the ABC of the Labor headquarters. There's some action going on in there at the moment, so we'll be back to you shortly, Matthew.
Yeah.
or a majority going to stick to the line of waiting for the pre-poll numbers?
A number of seats, we won't know the results tonight or next week, or we'll have to wait till week 2. But if it continues in this trend, then it's very difficult for us to form government. And the party will need to take a good hard look at itself. We will do that in the normal fashion. I'm not going to do it live on the ABC.
That's fine.
A lot of my people across the country, I should say my people, a lot of party supporters and members will be hurting at this. They've done a lot of work for their candidates, and we will need to take the coming days and weeks and months to look at what we need to do to make sure we do return to power.
Well, indeed, whether you're going to have Peter Dutton in the mix, I've just heard a senior Labor source tell me that their reports are from Dixon. The pre-poll vote in Dixon are moving to leaning Labor. That's the pre-poll. So Peter Dutton on the day votes have broken Labor's way, and now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are also leaning Labor. So Peter Dutton's future in the Parliament is right now in real trouble.
So the argument that we were having earlier about the party room's opinion may be completely
made up for them by the voters, the electorate.
So let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw,
yes,
you saw a Conservative leader riding high in the polls, struck amidships by Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
Yeah. And a few days later, here we are with a similar result. It looks like. Laura, let me get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon, but all the signs are pointing to him right now, losing that seat of Dixon.
They are all pointing to him losing that seat. And I think more significantly, David,
and 10 minutes before I will have to leave. So as you would have just heard, that Anthony Albanese has just has just retained, he's retained his job for another 3 years, defied a lot of expectations from just a couple of months ago. He is now either in a minority or quite likely now a majority of seats. I'll just go through the list. I'll check Dixon again. Too close to call, but 59% of the vote in, with a quarter of votes in at the moment, so that's looking really good at the moment.
On your screen, Matthew, we don't have your screen
yeah,
up
sure
at the moment.
thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So I'll just share. I'll keep going through the list. So we have Gilmore. Here we go. So this is a.
If you
really
could just go
important
back
one. So
to the seat of Dixon, just to show it, as it wasn't on the screen just there, just to show the viewers what's going on in Dixon.
So Dixon at the moment, which is Peter Dutton's seat, is there's currently 59% of the vote in for Ali France at the moment. So that is really bad news for the LNP at the moment. 59% for the ALP. That's really bad news for Peter Dutton in the seat of Dixon. In Eda Monero, ALP's just won that. And in Gilmore, which, Andrew Constance was trying a second time to be able to get in, has actually had even more of a swing against himself. So, Fiona Phillips looks like she's going to retain the seat of Gilmore. Goldstein, the Liberals are okay. This is weird, but it seems like Zoe Daniels. It's quite currently too close to call with Goldstein at the moment, between Zoe Daniels and Tim Wilson at the moment. Hasluck is too soon to call at the moment. Griffith, which here we go. So this is a really important projection here. So we can now project that Max Chandler Mather was a rising star in the Greens. He has now lost his seat. And so that is 2 out of the 3 seats in Queensland for the Greens that they won last time that they have now lost. This was after losing quite a few seats in the Queensland state election last year. In Hawke, ALP's retained that. In Hindmarsh, ALP's currently ahead at the moment. In Holt and Hotham, ALP's retained. Hume, Hunter, Hume Liberal retain Hunt, which is Angus Taylor's seat, and if Peter Dutton loses his seat tonight, could very easily become the next leader of the opposition. In Hunter, Dan's won his seat. In Indi, Helen Haynes has quite easily won her seat. Isaacs, Mark Dreyfus has won his seat quite clearly. Jagger, ALP's retained that. In Kennedy, Bob Catters very easily retained his seat, of course. Kingsford Smith, ALP's retained. Kingston, ALP ahead. In Kooyong, Monique Ryan looks like that she's going to be keeping her seat tonight. Latrobe, Liberal retained. So 17% of the vote. So not enough to be able to call the seat, but it's looking, two-party preferred. Monique Ryan's, going quite strongly. Too close to call over in Leichhardt, 16.8% of the vote, but there's a very strong swing towards Labor in Leichhardt. So that's up in the northern tip of Queensland, home of the Torres Straits and Cairns and a few other places. Lindsay, too close to call at the moment. LNP currently ahead at the moment. Lingiari, too close to call, but ALP ahead there. In Line, Nationals are going to retain that. In Lions, MacArthur, ALP is going to retain that. Dr. Sophie Scumps in McKellar, she's retained her seat. McAnama, I always mispronounce this seat, my apologies. But it seems like, there was a Greens challenger here. McNamara's going to keep the ALP. Macquarie, Susan Templeman's keeping her seat. And, we've got a few others. McMahon, ALP's there. Mitchell, Liberals retain. New England, Barnaby Joyce is staying. Oxley, ALP's retained with Milton Dick, who's the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Don't snigger. Parramatta, too close to call, but it looks like Andrew Charlton's very well ahead with that. In Reid, ALP's ahead. Robertson, we can project that Dr. Gordon Reid. So this is a very important bellwether seat. Dr. Gordon Reid has retained his seat for another 3 years. So congratulations to him. I've known him for a little while. So congratulations to, personal congratulations to him. In Sydney, Tanya Plibersek has retained his seat. From Wannon, even, in Wannon at the moment, it looks like that the Liberals have retained that seat. There was a very strong independent challenger at the moment there. Alex Dyson, looks like Alex Dyson will not be winning that seat after the third go. Warringah, in Zali Stegel has retained that seat. Watson, Tony Burke has retained his seat. Wentworth, Allegra Spender has retained her seat. In Whitlam, and Whitlam, ALP, Wide Bay, LNP, and Wright, LNP. And in Wills, the Greens are currently just barely ahead at the moment. It's very close race between the two candidates in ALP, and it's currently ALP seat, but it's been leaning towards the Greens more and more over time. We'll just double check Bennelong again. Bennelong is too close to call, but Jerome Laxale is very well ahead at the moment. So this is what Parliament's looking like at the moment. 56 for the ALP, 26 for the LNP, independents on 5, Greens on 0, and others. So that's Bob Catter and other independents on 2. So so at the moment it's Trump and Patriots at 86,500 votes. So it looks very clearly like whether it'll be minority or majority. The LNP just mathematically with this and how the other seats are going at the moment, the LNP can't achieve majority government. They just can't. The LNP, the Liberals and the Nationals, the coalition, they can't win a majority with these statistics at the moment. They could, in theory, get a minority if Labor doesn't achieve a majority, but Labor's well on their way to achieving a majority. So Albo's probably going to get back in again.
Okay, thank you for that, Matthew. We've only got 2 minutes left on the counter. I just want to know if you will be joining us for a bit longer, or if you'll be heading back to the party.
I'll be heading back for a little while, but I'll make sure to join back later at night. But before I go, has anybody have any questions in the chat? Were any questions in the chat that popped up? While was on my very long and very boring.
It was not boring. No, there's no questions in the chat, but there was some interest in Western Australia. If you could maybe touch a bit on if there's any results that have come in on Western Australia yet.
Western Australia. Keep in mind that the polls have only closed not too long ago. So it's still there's barely any like Curtin currently independent held, used to be very safe Liberal seat. At the moment, I don't have my screen up, but I'll just mention Curtin. No results have come out for them as of yet. So there isn't very many results coming out from WA or South Australia at the moment. So you should see them appear throughout the night, and that will give us a very clear idea of how things are going. But we'll probably not. We already know who's going to win at the end of the night already. I can just go in less than a minute. I can go, nobody has to move out of house tonight.
All right, thank you for that, Matthew. If he's got to go now, the Zoom's about to expire, but I hope you enjoy your party, and we'll hope to see you back soon. We'll be covering Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton as Peter Dutton does his conceding speech and Anthony Albanese announces his win. But I'll see you hopefully soon. So thank you, Matthew, for joining us, and enjoy the party.
Wonderful, thank you. Take care. Bye for now.
Alrighty, we're just going to be moving back over to ABC News' coverage. They have already projected a Labor win, so we'll be taking a look at that now.
Well, the story at the moment is the opposition leader's seated of Dixon. At this stage, Peter Dutton is on track to lose his seat. Now, I think I can... let me see. I think they've got the seat ready for me. Dixon, 32% of the vote counted. Now, this is basically nearly all of the on-the-day votes. Labor's ahead on 34. Peter Dutton's on 30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2% swing. I took the preferences that we've got from those 23 polling places, applied it to the larger number that we got primaries for, and it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time you get an independent on the seat, you get this strong flow of preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat, and Peter Dutton is I'm naturally cautious, almost certain to lose. But we've called it. We believe that Ali France will win Dixon.
All right, there you go. Anthony Green's called it.
James McGrath, a massive repudiation of the leader. Your response?
I think let's wait for the figures to come in. We respect Anthony Green. The seat of Dixon is a tough seat. It's always been a tough seat. As Anthony Green said, this is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
It's a repudiation nonetheless.
But this seat's always been a very tough seat for Peter Dutton and for the Liberal National Party and the former Liberal Party. But remember that he did hold it by less than 100 votes before the 2007 election.
You know politics. This is your life. This is your career. You're a master of reading numbers. You look at those numbers and you honestly think Peter Dutton can still win?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. But what I've learned in politics is wait till the numbers come in. And Jim has pointed this out and other people have pointed it out. We've got to wait till the numbers come in. It will be tough for him to hold it. It'll be tough for us to hold a number of seats and win a number of seats. There are seats like Bradfield, for example, that before everyone was saying is basically gone to the Teal. I'm pretty sure it's coming back to us. So let's
just going to touch on that a little bit. He is in fact not telling the truth there. Matthew is at the party for the Teal candidate in Bradfield, and the Teal candidate has obviously won that. I'm going to be honest here. This guy is a Liberal Party member, so he is trying to defend his party, but it's seeming pretty obvious that we can now project in breaking news that Peter Dutton is possibly going to lose his seat, which is great news for the Labor Party, but terrible news for the Liberal Party, likely meaning, as Matthew said before, that Angus Taylor will likely become the new opposition leader of Australia. And we are waiting to hear from Peter Dutton speaking hopefully soon. And we actually have live shots on there on the screen of the Liberal HQ. Looks like everyone's quite upset there, so we'll wait to hear from what happens in there.
I mean, you have a job to do tonight, but we know that if I were to lean over and grab your phone, it would not say, we've got to wait for the numbers to come in.
Well, at the moment, it's my mum saying that...
Don't forget the milk.
Yes, it's like...
you thought about going
and I'm going back to the farm tomorrow and I've got to collect chicken feed, apparently.
Okay.
So
Well, that's important.
life goes on.
Life goes on.
Look, what you're seeing is this was when Anthony called it, and the mood and the scene at Liberal headquarters. Yeah, it's a little different to what we witnessed earlier from the Labor headquarters when that moment happened. As you can see there. So that was just seeing Anthony Green's call.
Can I make a couple of quick calls?
Yes.
I think I respect you too, James, but I think that position on Dixon's harder and harder to hold, obviously. We think we've won Bonner and we think we've won Bass. And those were really two very, very key targets for us. We thought if we were to get to a majority, we needed those two. We've been very, very focused on both of those seats for some time now, and we're really confident that we have both of those.
Did you think you'd sit here tonight and watch Peter Dutton lose his seat?
No. No, I thought we were a chance, and I thought Ailey France in particular gave us a red-hot chance, but I thought it was 50-50 at best.
What do you put it down to?
There's a bunch of things playing out there. The nuclear stuff was bad for Peter Dutton there. I think he made an egregious error on the Sunday night of the final week, saying he'd be comfortable having a nuclear reactor in his suburb when Mark Riley asked him.
And Labor was quick to point that out.
Big mistake.
Dixon.
It was a big mistake.
Was it?
But that's not the only thing.
Okay.
There are foundational issues here. I think that they lost the argument on Medicare. They lost the argument on the cost of living. And Peter Dutton trailed away as the campaign wore on, and we shouldn't expect that that will be somehow different in his own community, despite the fact that, as James rightly points out, he has clung on when we've been confident before. But Ailey France has had 3 cracks at this now. There is a special place in the Labor pantheon for people who keep going again and again and again with persistence and perseverance. And Ailey France, if she's won Dixon, is genuinely a Labor hero tonight.
This is a pretty seismic event. You know, a first-term government extending its majority is what we're looking at the moment, but also an opposition leader losing his seat. I mean, John Howard obviously did in 2007. And I might get some thoughts from Tony Barry and Cos Samaras and PK on this as well, just the significance of this. Tony, Peter Dutton losing his seat, was that on your bingo card?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Peter had to get a very high primary vote because he had everyone preferencing against him, so he needed something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is obviously Trump had a massive effect in changing people's perceptions about risk assessments. And when you're voting for an opposition, there's a risk involved. And at a time of global instability, where it's 9/11 or COVID, people want to go with the incumbent. So incumbency worked against governments up until very recently, the last couple of years.
Thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What
Now,
about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was... So I'm not suggesting that the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation balances, which have all taken a hit. But certainly the coalition were having a very poor campaign and that turbocharged it. But the stick that they gave to Paul Erickson to beat them to death with was nuclear energy. And it's a $600 billion claim, which, you know, was tenuous at best. But that scare campaign was incredibly effective. On our polling, when we put that proposition to voters, 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy, the $600 billion plan, would come at the cost of Medicare and education.
So those adverts, he cuts, you pay, they were devastating.
Devastating.
Yeah, I think it's a bit deeper as well. I don't think the Trump factor is as simple as Trump got elected and instability meant everyone thought, oh, the coalition is frightening. If you look at the last week we had alone, Sarah, We have had the coalition spend days off message talking about welcome to countries, talking about the voice again. When everyone's pretty much finished with that, the country spoke, the Prime Minister settled it. I spoke to some very senior Labor, campaigners today who were saying to me, at this key time where voters were making their minds up, and there were a lot of undecided voters, they heard Peter Dutton talking about welcome to countries and culture wars. And I think it's been diabolical for their campaign. They have barely been able to stay on message. Every single day they have struggled to talk about the economy and cost of living when all of your research for many months, as you've told me, Tony, has been it is the only thing that matters. Labor made the case for the future. It wasn't just a referendum on the last 3 years. It was how you were going to be better off in the future. They recast the question. You know, that question, are you better off? People answered it. Not really, but I think I might be better off in the next 3 years. It's been diabolical for Peter Dutton, and I'm not surprised he's lost his own very marginal seat because of those issues.
You're right, PK, because that is the remarkable turnaround. It was so potent everywhere else. The fall in disposable income was still a figure they used here, but they managed to turn it round.
Well, they changed the conversation, Sarah. I mean, Labor successfully, and Jim's next to you, I mean, he's been part of that story. They recast it, they made the case. We had the coalition going to the election telling us they were going to increase taxes, which has been their historical strength. It has confounded me that they would do that. The genius of it was, well, the petrol cut will mean that, people will come to us for that. All of these petrol stops. People got the message, and Labor actually articulated and landed the message that it would run out in 12 months and it wasn't permanent. They didn't land the cost of living message. It was grievance, but they didn't provide the answer.
Right now, I can't see whether the coalition's won a seat from Labor.
Anywhere.
James McGrath?
Solomon?
I'll check on that. And we'll get some latest from Anthony shortly on that as well. But is there any seat you've won?
I don't think so. And at the risk of turning everyone at home into alcoholics, let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in for some of the seats. But
I'm going to be honest here. This guy here is really trying to pass the theory to wait for pre-poll. I'm still centre-leaning, not giving any bias to any party, but I do think that the Liberals will struggle to concede the election tonight, as we know now that Labor has won the election and Peter Dutton has likely to have lost his seat. I believe he's held the seat for about 20 years, so this is how significant this is. And it's just like terrible news for the Liberal Party, but absolutely incredible news for the Labor Party and any other parties against Peter Dutton. So we'll go back to this coverage here, but actually we might go to, because the ABC and Channel 9 have began updating their sources again. So we're going to go back and just take a look. Just going to mute my mic for a second and turn off the screen to take a look at the numbers that have come through just now. Alright, so ABC News still has their stuff down, it's not working. However, we are going to go to Channel 9. As you can see, headline, breaking news, Labor wins election. So it's official that Labor has won the election very strongly. You can see a very big loss for the coalition. Of course, there are still many seats to come that can allow the coalition to come back. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the seat of Dixon, number one, firstly. Goodness me. It's looking very likely now. I'm quite lost for words, to be honest. I was not expecting this, so I would give it a very likely chance that Peter Dutton has lost his seat of Dixon. There's a 5,000 vote lead with Ali France, and that's just that's what I'm sure many can agree that. Like a lot of the experts here are kind of like, oh my god, like that's how crazy it is. Something like this hasn't happened in over in 15 years, plus 15 plus years, nearly about 18 years. So it's quite insane how the opposition leader has now lost his seat. Labor has won and will almost certainly, like 95% chance, win a majority government. So this election is arguably better than Labor's win in 2022, which indicates that the Australian people are satisfied. Many thought that majority were not satisfied with the Labor government, but you've got to understand here that was obviously the silent many were the ones who chose Anthony Albanese in the Labor Party to govern this country once again, and they've gotten a better result than they got last time. I'm sure everyone's jumping around in excitement in the Labor headquarters right now. That's great news for Labor, terrible news for the LNP Liberals. As you can see, that guy in there stumbling over his words. So it'll be an interesting night. Some will be happy, some will be sad. But we're going to cross back over to the ABC News coverage now.
It's a small vote with One Nation and the trumpet of patriots. If you look at I think we're going against the two-party preferred swing here. What we're seeing is a swing there of 6.3%, the Labor Party on 53.7. Now, the count's a bit slower in that one. There may be some swing back, but that's a pretty substantial swing, 6.3. And Jisoon's, we're projecting, will be 53.7. He's actually currently on 53.5. We're projecting his vote will go up from here.
Anthony, in the Sydney southern suburbs, the seat of Hughes that was held by Liberal Jenny Ware, what's happening?
Well, this is a seat I always had a rough eye on because it's been heavily affected by the redistribution. It had a series of areas around Campbelltown and Ingleburn added to the electorate, which halved the margin. Jenny Ware was elected last time. It was a very late pre-selection for all those reasons everyone's gone into the 2022 election. It was a former seat of Craig Kelly. Now, she was elected last time, but this time her primary vote, we're projecting she'll be behind on the primary vote in this contest, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 8.9%. Labor hasn't held this seat since they lost it in 1996. Right. This is the classic tradies seat, which Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like David Moncrief, who I must say was not one of the higher profile Labor candidates. This is not a seat that I don't think Labor, it was a seat I had my eye on just because the redistribution made major changes. But at this stage, for Labor to win back Hughes for the first time in that's nearly 30 years, that's a big change.
It is. Let's go to Richmond. The Greens are going to be celebrating this, Anthony. This is Justine Elliott's seat, the Labor local member there in northern New South Wales. The Greens candidate, Mandy Nolan, is a comedian, author, writer, artist and teacher.
I don't think they'll be celebrating this. I thought I tried to override this result. It's actually still coming up at the moment. If you look at the first preferences here, and we won't go on to the swing on this one. At this stage, the Greens are ahead on 33.9, Labor's on 27, and the Nationals are on 18.7. Now, at the moment, I am projecting on those first preferences that the Greens will slip to second on 27.5. Right. The Labor Party will lead on 29.9, and the Nationals will finish third on 24. Now, at this stage, I would say if the Nationals are third, Labor wins that seat, not the Greens.
So you think Labor holds Richmond?
Given the way those figures bounce around. One interesting thing here, last time, the thing that got Labor over the line was the Libertarian Party, who was known as the Liberal Democrats, ran last time, and they got about 7% of the vote, probably because of name confusion. There was no Liberal on the ballot paper, people voted for them. Right. This time, under the new name Libertarian, they're under 2%. So those strong flows of preferences that went to the Nationals and Labor Nationals last time probably won't be there. The Nationals finished third on the day and pulled ahead. There's a lot more counting in Richmond. I'll put that in doubt. It's not a green gain, I will stress that.
That Hughes result, we're going to come back to that because that's going to be a standout.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, let's go to the Liberal headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Olivia Casely's there, and Liv, well, Anthony called it a little earlier. Peter Dutton's lost his seat of Dixon. So the question of leadership comes up. I can't imagine what the feeling must be in that room there. You're a well-plugged-in reporter as well. This now means it's a leadership question open for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, look, the Coalition were never the favourites, but for a while there, it did look like they could make history and turf out the first-term government for the first time since 1931 and the Great Depression. Tonight, though, that hill has proved a mountain. The mood in this room right now, I've got to say, is more reflective and less sombre than it had been in 2022. I was at Liberal HQ at that election then as well, and we're not seeing the kinds of tears that we saw at that point in time, but perhaps the sheer enormity of this walloping haven't quite sunk in yet. And when we look at this, I mean, the stark contrast to the end of last year when the Coalition was riding high in the polls, I don't think we can understate the impact of Donald Trump on this election. He has been toxic to centre-right governments across the world. And the Coalition, they tell me that their support has just tanked ever since his inauguration, and it continued to dive ever since as well that extraordinary meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Speaking with Coalition sources this week, they had expectations of really blunting Labor's majority. That has not happened at all. There is deep frustration with the campaign as a whole, its lack of cohesiveness, a lack of a message, but also, more than that, the policy formulation. I mean, as we saw with the working from home backflip, essentially a lot of this, we did see the female vote tanking as well for the Liberals. Ultimately, it backfired in a lot of those outer metropolitan seats that they were actually trying to pick up. Also speaking with Liberal sources, albeit yesterday, essentially they were trying to say that what was the front bench doing over the past 3 years? They weren't happy with what came forward. Ultimately, they wanted the next front bench to be based on performance and not on loyalty, and clearly Peter Dutton hasn't done enough to retain his seat.
No, that is a huge blow indeed. Livia, thank you. And that question of the Liberal leadership will now be a very live one, and some of the names already being discussed would include people like Angus Taylor, Andrew Hastie, Dan Tehan, should he hold his seat?
He looks like he's on AEC data. He looks like he's
okay.
Holding on.
Yeah,
and what about Susan Lee, by the way?
I wouldn't expect her to lose Farah, but this is a crazy night. So
it's a crazy night.
All right, well, let's check in with Jeremy Fernandez on the big board to look at the seats that are changing hands.
Alrighty, so just going to come in for a second. We can now also project that Labor will win a majority government. I repeat, Labor will win a majority government. It's just been projected by Channel 9 and various other news outlets that Labor has won a majority government. This is a great result for Labor, terrible for Liberal, as Labor is expected to surpass 76 electoral seats.
Labor marginals, they have held to every single one of these we are projecting. Only a few blanks here. Bullwinkle and Tangney, these are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to be able to project a winner in those seats. Now, we go further this way. We've got Bean going to Jesse Price, but otherwise, Labor's largely hung on to this side of the board. Richmond, the count is still advancing there. We're not in a position to be able to give that away just yet, but certainly on the count as it is right now, we're looking at Richmond. The Greens are ahead in Richmond. Now let's take a look at the crossbench. The crossbench largely staying the same. However, the seat of Brisbane has gone from the LNP to the Greens and now looking like it's gone to Labor. One seat they worked very, very hard to gain off the Greens. It's the same for Griffith as well. Griffith, they had gone very hard on campaigning there. They have, Labor has gained Griffith, it looks like, as well. Now, let's talk about the incursion onto the Coalition side of the board. This is perhaps the story of the night. Dixon, which we entered the night on a margin of 1.7%. This is Peter Dutton's seat, and it appears that he has lost that seat. Now, if you heard from James McGrath, we're going to wait for the full numbers, the pre-polls to come in, but it looks very difficult for Peter Dutton to regain his seat there because the numbers are very much swinging against him. The Labor is also managed to claim the most marginal seats on the coalition side. So we're talking about Deakin, Bennelong, Sturt, flipping those red. Bass, flipping it red. Banks, Leichhardt, where Warren Entsch is departing office, right into Petrie on a swing of nearly 9%. That is how far Labor has reached into the coalition side of the board. And so when you think about how many seats the coalition needed to gain from this side of the board, doors closing here, doors closing here, and doors closing on its own turf as well. So that is the state of play on the big board on the 150 seats. We're still waiting for numbers to come in, but this is looking like a very, very strong night for Labor.
Jeremy, thank you. There are so many interesting, detailed stories when you look at that board, and the one that jumped out to me there, we've been talking a lot about Peter Dutton losing his seat at Dixon, but Max Chandler-Mather losing Griffith by the looks of that as well. That's been a fascinating contest to watch brewing for some time, Annabelle.
Yeah, it really has been, and I think that over the course of the last couple of months, that was the seat that was tipped absolutely to be held on to by the Greens, even if the other two in Brisbane went the other way. So that's quite a shake-up tonight.
I think we've got Northern Territory Senator Jacinta Price. Jacinta, Peter Dutton tonight has lost his seat. With your embrace of Donald Trump, Make Australia Great Again, are you part of the reason for that loss?
Oh, that's a big call, don't you think? I mean, you sling enough mud in an election, it sticks. And we did see a Prime Minister who absolutely misled the Australian people all the way through and was rarely called out for his conduct. And I think that's absolutely deceitful.
But Jacinta, let's just talk about this.
So.
Let's just talk about this seriously. At a time when Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world,
I'm talking about it seriously.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
So if you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously, in that if you sling enough mud, it will stick. And absolutely, Labor, certainly the media, slung enough mud in terms of this particular issue. You made it all about Donald Trump. We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia's being governed under an Albanese government.
But Jacinta Price,
the situation's not going to get any better going forward. It's not going to get any better.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a Make Australia Great Again hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a Donald Trump value statement to make Australia great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible for what the Liberal Party has suffered tonight and Peter Dutton's loss of his seat?
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there, can I just say, in terms of wanting this country to be great. Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. That is the smearing that goes on, certainly within the media, just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue. And what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight for those people who actually want to be heard, those forgotten people, where Labor, and if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in remote polling booths. The AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again, that's what the Prime Minister has done. That's what sticks. I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done in 1931 was the last time, obviously. But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back down. We'll just go harder, and we will learn from the mistakes we've made in terms of our campaign. Losing Peter Dutton is a huge loss, and the Liberal Party will determine what the leadership looks like for their party going forward. But we will absolutely learn from what's occurred during this campaign.
Senator Price, it's Bridget Brennan here. I mean, look, by all accounts, this has been a disastrous campaign for you. You're putting it down to the media, but what went wrong from your perspective?
Well, look, I would have to say that certainly we could have provided our policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece instead of, later on in the piece. Absolutely, we could have done that. But we will learn more as we go forward as to the mistakes we've made and own those mistakes and make sure that we don't repeat them going forward because ultimately it's how Australia is going to go going forward. That's our greatest concern, but it doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing and fighting on behalf of Australians.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend, sliding towards the Country Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously, in the northern suburbs of Darwin during the territory election, a huge swing. We wiped out Labor in the northern suburbs, and we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament. But, crime's a huge issue right throughout the Northern Territory, and that is one where there was obviously the stabbing death of the shop owner in Nightcliff, just the other week. And those issues, a lot of Territorians are doing it bloody tough, and they're feeling the impacts of things like crime. So, that is why we're getting that swing in terms of Solomon.
All right, Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
We are going to check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Wannon. As we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone, who will be the Liberal leader? Casey.
Yeah, David, this has been a seat, the seat of Wannon in regional Victoria, a massive seat that's drawn a lot of interest because of the run of an independent, Alex Dyson. Dan Tehan's standing by to speak with us. Let's first have a look at the figures. Dan Tehan is on 43.1% of the primary vote. He is in good shape. Alex Dyson with just under a third of the vote. I want to show you the change in vote on this seat, just to show you what's happened here. Alex Dyson is up just over 11%. He has seen substantial growth in his primary vote, but Dan Tehan's vote is only down by 1.1%. We do have a swing we can show you because Alex Dyson's run before. It's actually shaping up as a small swing at the moment to Dan Tehan. He's in very good shape to be re-elected as the member for Wannon.
Time now to talk to Dan Tehan. Good news for you in your seat. That was a hotly contested seat, but disastrous news more.
Alrighty, so we're going to leave ABC News there for the moment. I'll be keeping a close eye on them, as hopefully we might see one of the leaders speaking. Normally, the coalition speaks first, and they, in the last election, spoke first, conceded. In this election, they're speaking first and will concede. So I'm just going to go over to the ABC News and 9 News pages. I'm just going to see if ABC News has actually even updated their page. They have not. Okay, in that case, we'll go to the Channel 9 page and we'll take a look at the stats on here. So, reload the page. So, currently 71 seats. I've just put it as 76 because they've projected a majority win. And no need to have it on 71 when it's going to be at the very bottom line of at least 76 seats. There's 40 seats remaining, so Labor can definitely pick up a whole lot more. I predict they're probably going to get more towards about 80 seats in this election. So we'll go down here. As you can see, there's a huge wave of red down here. Labor definitely winning. We'll go to Dixon. Vote counting is paused here at the moment, but with 33% of the vote counted and Ali France at a whopping 18% lead against Peter Dutton, it's pretty obvious who's going to be winning this election. Sorry, not win the election, win the seat. It's been a long night. It's getting a bit late. Yeah, so we're going to go through this. We're going to kind of it's going to be a little bit quieter, but we're going to wait. It's going to get a lot more speaking once we have the leaders coming on. Anthony Albanese to claim victory and Peter Dutton to concede the election and announce that he lost the election. As you can see here, total votes so far, not much has come in at all. Only 30% has come in. Labor, 1.7 million votes. Liberal, 1.5 million. The Greens, nearly 700,000. Independents, 400,000. One Nation, 320,000. Trumpeter Patriots, 100,000. Absolutely smashed with a loss there. Other parties, 300,000 just there. So what we'll do is we'll take a look. I'm just trying to go back over to here. So, because I'm looking at the pinned seats just to see what seats we need to look at. So, look at Bennelong. Yeah, I'm calling it here. Labor has retained Bennelong with a significantly better victory. So, Labor has won Bennelong, originally held by only 0.2%, will now likely be held by a substantially more. So, great news for Labor in regards to that. We've got Gilmore, ALP retain. So it does look like Andrew Constance has lost again. The Labor Party will win in the seat of Gilmore. And we've done Dixon. Peter Dutton has lost his seat in Dixon. Cowper. Likely a Nationals retain. Too close to call, okay. Ooh, okay, yeah, we'll go back to that later. That one's very close. We'll go to Grainler, see what Grainler's like at the moment. Yep. Albo's winning Grainler. It's very obvious that Albo's winning Grainler. What was it? Just trying to find the Fowler. Here we go. Fowler. Let's take a look at that, because that was recently gained by an independent. Let's see if independent has kept that. Okay, independent's in the lead at the moment, but very close. So it's hard to say. Too close to call. Look at Cronulla. Yeah, I can look at Cronulla. Oh wait, what electorate is Cronulla in? Cook. They are in Cook. Former seat of former Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Liberal has won the seat of Cook. Two Simons. Liberals won the seat of Cook. That's projected to win there. Look at Whitlam. Yep. Labor has won the seat of Whitlam. Definitely. Carol Berry won the seat of Whitlam. Definitely. Now, there was one other I wanted to take a look at. Was it Deakin? Yeah, it was Deakin, because that one was close. So let's see how that's turned out. Okay, yeah. Deakin's won the seat. Were they... Okay, so this is one of the seats. So Deakin has will have a Labor member now instead of Liberal. So Labor has snatched that from Liberal. We're just going to cross over back to the news. We've just got Anthony Albanese. He's on his way to Labor HQ now. Let's cross over to this live footage here.
We know this will be an emotional moment for him as well.
Yeah, Anthony wears his heart on his sleeve, as we know. I think that's one of the most endearing of his qualities. You know, he is an emotional fella, and he will know just how important this is to the country, not just to Labor people, but to the whole place. You know, privately and publicly, he cares deeply about governing for the whole show. He goes to places that haven't voted Labor forever. And he does that very deliberately, and so he will feel, I think, the weight of responsibility. He will be emotional about it. We can expect that. But he should be very, very proud of what's happened here. This is a win for the ages if it happens as we're expecting, given where Labor was 6 months ago, given what the expectations were for tonight, given even what the expectations were before the budget. And so he has every right to feel proud. He has every right to feel emotional about it. He has pulled off one of the great political victories since Federation.
Wow.
And that's what we're seeing tonight.
That's a big call, but the numbers do seem to back up that we have not seen a first-term government gain ground federally in a way like this. Perhaps you're right. Since Federation. We're going to check in on some more of the seat results from Melbourne because there are some fascinating contests there. Let's start, Anthony Green, with the seat of Deakin held by Michael Sukkar, or was held by Michael Sukkar. How's it looking now?
Well, at the moment, there's a 4.4% swing to Labor going on in this seat. As you can see there, Michael Sukkar against Matt Gregg. These two ran against each other at the last election. At this stage, Matt Gregg is ahead on primaries, and with a significant vote there for the Greens, that will work in his favour. The Liberal primary vote is down. Again, that might come back towards level pegging with pre-poll votes, but that doesn't seem to be able to turn around a 4.4% swing. At this stage, 54.4. This was absolute line ball before the election. At this stage, it looks like Matt Gregg will win that seat.
Well, this is an extraordinary seat. This is Aston. I don't think there was a single Labor person I spoke to, and I don't know about my colleagues in the weeks preceding the election who thought they were anything like a chance. It was gone as far as everyone I spoke to said.
Yeah.
Anthony?
And to say on those numbers, that is the by-elections margin that's shown there. The figures we're about to show is compared to the last general election when it was about a 48% Liberal seat. So at this stage, Mary Dore is ahead on first preferences, again with a big vote there for the Greens. And there's a two-party preferred swing of 8% since the last election. So, I mean, you probably got on top of another sort of swing. You've also got perhaps the sitting member factor has worked in the favour of Mary Dore there, but that's quite a remarkable swing. That's with half of the primary vote count. Labor is going to be ahead on first preferences with a big vote for the Greens. So that's not turning around.
And the seat of Menzies, held by Keith Wallahan, or it was held by Keith Wallahan. We've mentioned earlier in the coverage tonight one of the hopes of the future for the Liberal Party, a potential future leader he's often seen as by some of his colleagues. He's up against Labor's Gabrielle Ong, a lawyer, a former public servant.
And at this stage, Menzies is Labor's ahead on primaries. If over these three seats we just looked at, this is the one that may yet turn around. Gabrielle Ng's ahead there, just ahead. We're projecting that he'll finish in second place and the Liberals will lead on first preferences, but with under 40% primary. And that translates into a two-party preferred swing at 2.9%. This was a notional Labor seat due to the redistribution. But at this stage, I mean, if the Liberal Party, if this does go on and the Liberal Party lose Keith Wallahan, that's a significant bit of talent the party's losing.
Thank you very much indeed. Just a question for you, Jim Chalmers. Earlier in the evening, you had some very tough words for Angus Taylor. What happens if he becomes the leader?
Well, I think it would be very strange if he escaped the blame for what's happened here. You know,
Just going to move over to Channel 9's coverage for a quick bit, then we'll move back to the ABC before the Prime Minister speaks again to claim victory.
Yeah, I reckon you all deserve the night off.
Katie, Chris, you want to say something to Jerome?
Well, Jerome, congratulations, mate. You are a Labor hero for winning that seat. And as you said, this is a seat which is not historically Labor territory, but not only you're a wonderful MP, but you've highlighted the issues that are important to your community. You're constantly talking to me about climate change and energy and the policy settings we've got. Big supporter of our policy for 30% off the cost of a battery and a strong opponent of nuclear. And as we've said before, if this election was a referendum on energy, the Australian people have decided it, and the people of Bennelong have decided quite resoundingly who they want to represent them, and it is you, my friend.
Thanks, Chris.
Katie.
You'll be getting
On
a call
you,
from me next
Jerome.
week.
That is it. It is straight back to work.
Yeah, good on you, Jerome, to you and your team. You've just run an extraordinary campaign and you've worked hard every single day, and that matters, and you've been rewarded tonight for all of that. So I hope it feels good, and yeah, definitely day off tomorrow.
Good on you, Jerome. Thank you, Katie, Chris. The Prime Minister is on his way to the Canterbury Helston RSL. More from him shortly. We'll take a break on 9 special coverage of election 2025. Australia decides. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, we're going to go back over to the ABC News coverage. As you heard just there, he's got a bit of a drive. As someone who lives in Sydney, he's just gone over the Anzac Bridge and is on his way to Canterbury. So that's going to be probably about 20 minutes. So we'll cross back over to ABC News' live coverage and go over some polls while we wait for the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to arrive at the Labor headquarters in Canterbury.
To stick with Peter Dutton, come what may, did you get a read from your colleagues on the tax cut decision?
I think my colleagues understood the basis for why that decision was made, and understood that the proposal we were taking to the election was for an overall lower taxation package. But that's something in terms of the actual decision itself that I'm sure the election review will look into. And we need to make sure that the election review, as Dan Tien pointed out, looks not just into decisions that have been made by the parliamentary party and the leadership of the parliamentary party, but where the party sees itself in 12 months' time, 18 months' time. I was heavily involved with the Conservatives when David Cameron was leader, in terms of how that party was reformed to make it a modern Conservative party without becoming a left-wing party. It was about still being pro-business and pro-civic society.
And nuclear power, where does that go now?
I'm sure that's something that we looked into.
But does nuclear power? Let me just ask you straight. Does nuclear power die with Dutton?
Well, I think traditionally when a party loses an election, all policies are up for review. That's what happened after the 22 election.
Isn't the problem here? I mean, yes, there's an issue about tax, but your central proposition, and this goes to the Treasurer's point about the performance of Angus Taylor and what blame he should share with it, that the Coalition's central proposition was you would grow the economy faster, productivity would be higher, inflation would be lower, and you offered no policies that would actually really demonstrably change the economic policy mix in Australia. So
I don't know if I accept the framing of that, but I should say my understanding is that Peter Dutton's about to speak, so I don't know if you guys have been informed about that. I don't think I would accept that. Your framing, especially of some of the policies that we took in relation to...
What were you going to do to boost growth?
The policies we took in relation to small business, in terms of tax write-offs, in terms of encouraging
business lunches.
Businesses, but also making sure that we had an energy package that wasn't just reliant on renewables.
James,
we had a very, in my view, an agnostic approach to energy.
May I just cut in, because you said that you're expecting to hear from Peter Dutton soon. Can I ask you this? Do you expect that Peter Dutton will take personal responsibility for this defeat tonight?
I don't know, but knowing Peter and knowing the service that he's given to Queensland as a police officer, to Queensland and the country as a Member of Parliament, as a senior cabinet minister, as a leader, I think he would take responsibility. He's that type of man. He's a very decent and honourable man. And sadly, what Australians never saw is he has an absolute cracking sense of humour, that self-deprecation and so forth. But he is a fighter, and we'll see him deliver his view on what happened today.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Cos Samaras and Tony Barry and PK. Cos, you focused a lot leading up to this election on those outer suburbs, the Labor vote, particularly in those outer Melbourne suburbs.
Yep.
And that was a great concern, clearly, for Labor. They were picking up what you were picking up as well. When you look at what we can see so far this evening, how does Labor look in those heartland seats?
They look very good, particularly in Victoria and parts of Western Sydney as well. Any votes they did lose, they lose to independents. Again, it's that trend. If you look at the median age of most voters in those outer suburbs, they're largely in their 30s and 40s. It is exactly the demographic group that we've been saying the coalition's got a massive problem with. The two-party preferred vote in our work across a range of seats in the outer suburbs, in particular amongst Gen Z and millennials, was over 60% in favour of Labor.
So can I ask? You're both pollsters, and so I'm not targeting this at you two particularly, but at the polling industry generally, did the polls underestimate what's happened tonight?
I think we got pretty close. Our stuff, right?
Key seats.
Key seats in particular. And we even published a national poll, which projected a 55 two-party preferred vote for Victoria midweek. And
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I think polling was actually showing this sentiment. I mean, the trend has been Labor's friend for many weeks now, and that has been the overwhelming story. So the Labor victory tonight, I don't think, is surprising. There have been nerves even in the Labor camp because of the 2019 memory, and also, there has been anger, and I bet Jim Chalmers would back this up. There has been anger about cost of living, and Labor has felt that. That is still part of the story. What happened is, in a binary choice, voters decided that they would be better off under Labor. But the sort of ramifications of what I think is a wipeout of Liberal leadership, Keith Wallahan is a huge loss, can I say, for the future of the Liberal Party. These are significant stories tonight about what happens next, because you have to have a credible opposition. And as I see it, if you lost your leader, you've lost a future leader in Keith Wallahan. That is a diabolical situation for the alternative governing party.
Well, I might just point out at this point that Keith Wallahan is actually going to join us tomorrow morning on Insiders. He agreed to come on, come what may, with his own contest there in
David, he might have some things.
We're just about to have former opposition leader Peter Dutton come up shortly to concede defeat. He has lost his seat of Dixon in Queensland and lost the election, and is no longer a member of Parliament. And has just entirely lost the election. So he will be speaking shortly.
He would have wanted to give. I mean, clearly, many in that room, many in the coalition understood that there was a much stronger likelihood of Labor winning a minority or even majority government. But I don't think many in that room would have expected this result, and I don't think they would have expected to see Peter Dutton lose his seat of Dixon. Sarah?
Well, I'm very interested to see what kind of a speech it is that Peter Dutton gives. If we think about what James McGrath said just now, you anticipate that he will take personal responsibility. There's a whole series of questions that cascade from that, because we don't know exactly how some of the policies that have caused so much damage to your party tonight came into being. The nuclear question is one of the key ones, of course, and the question that I put to you, which is, will nuclear die with Dutton? There was an option for your party to choose a future with nuclear that was just...
Okay,
breaking into
Dutton.
that, here comes Peter Dutton moving in through the crowd.
We can't hear that.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dickson tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dickson, and I wish her all the very best, please. Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years, and I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the Secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advance team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them. And to all of our loyal staff, thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen... Please, thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they... Please, thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dickson and to our amazing supporters in Dickson. Dickson had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. "24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dickson who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dickson, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Relatively concise but gracious. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him.
And there we go. Former opposition leader Peter Dutton has conceded defeat in the 2025 Australian federal election. Labor has won the election and he has conceded defeat in his own seat of Dixon, meaning that after 24 years, Peter Dutton has lost his seat of Dixon and is no longer a government official and is now considered a private citizen. This would be terrible for the Liberal Party, but great news again for the Labor Party. We'll just see if he says anything here.
More there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats and all those who've been working and volunteering and putting in over the course of this campaign that has been, well, so unsuccessful this evening for the Coalition. So, look, he's done this, I think, relatively early in the night. It's been evident for some time that he lost his seat and
Yeah, he's lost his seat, he's lost the election, and we expect Prime Minister for a second term, Anthony Albanese, to be speaking shortly and claiming victory. The news bench just there was saying that they expect Albanese to be emotional as it's a big win for him, and that not only has the news said, but also Peter Dutton, that his mother would be very proud of him. And I do agree that his mother would be very proud of him for his victory, and I do congratulate the Labor Party. And congratulate Anthony Albanese for doing an amazing job this election and claiming the title for victory. As they said before, which is an incredible thing for the Labor Party, this is one of the biggest landslides of a second-term government since Federation. So basically, in the 120 years since Federation, we haven't really seen such a big win like this of a party that's already been in power. They have, to give you an idea, the Labor Party has already done a better job than they did in 2022 when they were elected. So that means that they've become more popular. So that's a great win for the Labor Party. And we all look forward to seeing Prime Minister Anthony Albanese speaking shortly, hopefully in a few minutes. And then once he's finished speaking, we will end the stream. But so we'll just go back to the news coverage for a bit and we'll wait for Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to claim victory for his second term in government.
Fourth, it was unified, but as you mentioned earlier, Sarah, did that come at the expense of policy bravery and courage and genuine debate around where to go after the defeat 3 years ago? Because look at the numbers now. The Coalition's gone further backwards. This is the record low primary vote for the Coalition. Lessons have not been learned, James McGrath.
But I just want to go back to what Peter said. It was a very gracious...
Just to let you all know that political expert Matthew Hayes will also be joining us shortly.
In terms of what he said about the Prime Minister.
I will just be having the screen black out for a second just to get systems set up to have Matthew join us, so do bear with me for a second.
and a George Bush Republican. It would be very dangerous for my party to ape some of President Trump's positions. We are a free trade party. We're pro-Ukraine. We must continue to be that centre-right.
What does that mean in practice? I find this is interesting that you're saying this at this moment. You can't be a Trumpian party. I've heard from some of your colleagues that if it's a bad night, the party will lurch to a more Trumpian party. You're saying we must resist that path.
We must resist that path, and we must focus on where Middle Australia is. So if Luke Howarth is in trouble in Petrie, and I don't want to mention pre-poll because people are actually now drinking every time I say pre-poll, that if he does fall there, that worries me when the suburbs in Petrie have swung against us, that we have not got back the suburbs in Ryan, in Brisbane, if our vote is still only at a third. What are we doing to make sure we get back that centre-right vote, that middle Australia vote?
But is that a reflection on the campaign that's just been run?
No, I think it's...
it
might be in a way, but I also think it's something the campaign review needs to look into.
But James, you've got a 2022 campaign review that said in 2022 you failed to appeal to women, you failed to present enough female candidates, you irritated Chinese...
We're just waiting on political expert Matthew Hayes to join us shortly. He'll be here in just a second. Alright, we've just lost Matthew. He's just having some technical issues, so we'll be getting back to him a bit later.
Vote for us at this election and did not vote for us at the 2022 election.
So, James, could I just ask you, I mean, just taking up your point about Petrie and not being able to attract those voters. I mean, the whole strategy that we heard about through the last few years was that Peter Dutton wanted to basically win over the outer suburbs of the big cities. Why do you think that didn't happen? I mean, let's put the question of votes by women and the big difference between the vote from women and men for the coalition that's shown up in polling aside. But why didn't you appeal to that group? Was it because of the economic message? Was it because you were just trying to tap into an anger factor? I mean, what's your gut feeling?
Well, I always think it's dangerous for my gut to speak for my brain, and it's something.
What about both?
And it's something I think the review should look into rather than me. I'm hurting, as long as, and so is every other Liberal National in this country. I don't want to ad hoc make comments tonight in relation to what worked and maybe didn't work during the campaign. It's got to be done in a considered way. I worked for the British Conservative Party after we had our third landslide loss in 2005, and it was finally when David Cameron, through Michael Howard, was able to understand how he could modernise the party. And that's not about changing the font or going left-wing. It's about making sure traditional centre-right values, traditional conservative values appeal to the modern country. And that's a challenge. And that's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner, who I think we have 18 out of the 25 wards in Brisbane when Labor have most of the state seats.
James.
And after this federal election, we'll have most of the federal seats also.
90% of the viewers watching do not know who Adrian Schrinner is.
He's a really good guy. He's the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. And
but
he sets...
Earlier in this broadcast, you talked about a narrow goat track to victory, right? And the coalition's been picking this goat track between Teal seats on one hand and outer metropolitan battlers on the other, and you've wound up tonight not winning any of them. It looks like all the Teals are back and some more in Bradfield and elsewhere. So I don't know where the goat track is. I mean, if anyone else
Well, I'm
has
sure
some
the
views on
election
this.
review will look into James McGrath's goat track. But, you know, I'm not being facile, but it's been a bruising night for us. And we've lost. I'm not being chemical, Ali, in terms of that. We've lost. We've done poorly. My leader has lost his seat. Someone I regarded as a friend. Someone who's given so much to this country. Someone who has, you know, politicians who have security 24/7 like he does and others. It's because there are threats made to them, and it's
Yes,
un-Australian.
but James,
it's not
the
fair.
question we're trying to get to is how is history going to remember Peter Dutton?
Well, I think that will depend on what the historians write, and I think I might need to write one of those books, because I think that they will remember him as someone who held a very tough seat for a number of terms, someone who was a very effective minister in the John Howard government and the coalition government, and someone who did take a brave policy to the Australian people in relation to nuclear energy. You know, in terms of that was a pretty big thing. That was a pretty big thing to do.
Many questions to come. Yes,
to come. Waiting for pre-polls would be the suggested title. Anthony, what have you got for
us? Well
done. We're about to do a couple of Tasmanian seats because the results are down there are extraordinary.
Yeah.
But first, I'll say a couple of things. First, it's clear the Labor has won a majority, and they may well have a substantial majority.
Wow.
So I'll just make that absolutely clear. Secondly, in Victoria, all those seats that were mentioned, Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may come down with pre-poll votes, but there's certainly no swing to the coalition. And in Bruce, there's a 12% swing to Labor. So that was another seat that was mentioned. And there's that swing all across Victoria.
We've just got Matthew joining us. He's currently at, let me just get her name. He's currently at Nicolette Beaulay's speech for the member for Bradfield, so we'll be crossing over live to him in just a second. Matthew will just be with us shortly.
The new Liberal member for Braddon, it will be Anne Urquhart, transferring from the upper house. At the moment, she's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31. We've got over half of the vote counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here. 15%.
Wow.
So something's going on in Tasmania. Let's look at Lions, which is... Oh, sorry, I'll let you do this.
Well, I was just going to say, Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania based on this. And now let's look at Lions. This is in the centre of the central seat in the state. And Brian Mitchell's going at this election. Beck White, the former state Labor leader there in Tasmania, up against Susie Bauer.
And Rebecca White, she's led the poll in Lions at the last three state elections, the former Labor leader. She's romping to victory here. You can see they're 43 to 25. The Liberal vote is just well down, more than 11% down on first preferences. Look at the two-party preferred swing here, another double digit. So these are just extraordinary results in Tasmania. You know, these are just amazing results.
So, should we bring in Cousin Tony here? Because...
We'll just do one more.
One more. This is... Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Franklin, down the bottom of the state. This is the one where earlier on Labor was in a bit of trouble. Julia Collins trying to hold the seat against the independent Peter George.
And I think they still are in trouble, but we'll just... I think we'll look at the first preferences. I think we'll stay there at the moment because we haven't got a winner for this. Julie Collins, 38, Peter George, 23, the Liberals, 17.
We're just having the new member for Bradfield, Nicolette Bollet, I believe that's what her name. Matthew is currently at her victory place. Sorry, I can't think of names. It's going very fast, and she's just delivering a winning speech.
Okay. Good evening, friends. Well, this is an exciting night. But I have to say, it is too close to call, but we're not going to find out tonight how that will go. But what we do know in Bradfield here tonight is that we have done something absolutely incredible here. In Australian political history, we have proven that there is no such thing as a safe seat.
Audio is cutting out a little bit. Do bear with us.
When we knock doors, when we listen and we get heard, that we can make a difference. We took the high road. We ran a really positive campaign. That it's been positive, it's been constructive, it's been grassroots. I could not be prouder of the campaign we've run here in Bradfield. Thank you.
We're just crossing over. Anthony Albanese is now speaking live.
Owners, friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be, a leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country.
Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. My fellow Australians, serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government. I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect. I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially. But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia. This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages for their work and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally. Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy, her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. If you excuse me for singling out one of them who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey Frantz. So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight. I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it. To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia. The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you. To our magnificent campaign director, National Secretary Paul Erickson. Paul has run an outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory. And I thank you. to my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell. The loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son Nathan, who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you. And to my fiancée, Jodie Hayden. Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship and your love. You make me so happy. Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together. My fellow Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the opportunity of government, and with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in front of an adoring faithful with his son Nathan and fiancée Jodie.
And there we go. That was Prime Minister Anthony Albanese claiming victory, and he has won a second term as Prime Minister. He's projected to get about 90 seats in total, and that would be amazing for the Labor campaign. Yeah, that basically sums up this live stream. So we are going to wrap it up here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you to all the people who have come in and say hello. We've gotten over nearly 3,500 people have come by to check out the stream, so I do really appreciate that. So thank you all so much for tuning into the stream today, and a massive congratulations to the Australian Labor Party and especially Anthony Albanese. And I look forward to seeing what they do in the future, and who knows, we might be back again next time doing a stream like this for the federal election for 2028. But we now have a Labor government again, and we'll have them until at least 2028. So congratulations to the Australian Labor Party and Anthony Albanese. Congratulations to Ali France. That'd be a big win for the Labor Party winning the seat of Dixon. My best wishes to Peter Dutton and the Liberals, especially Peter Dutton, as his political career is now over, basically. So I wish him good luck in whatever he pursues in the future, and hopefully he can find a satisfying thing in life. I'm not sure. I can't think of something to say, but congratulations to Anthony Albanese, and best of luck to Peter Dutton. And that's all for the stream. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all hopefully sometime soon. Thanks, everyone.